Bills linebacker Matt Milano is taking a $3 million pay cut to remain with the Bills. He can earn back that $3 million, though, with incentives in 2025. The agreement between the Bills and Milano also eliminates a year of his contract, so he will be a free agent in 2026, should the two sides not work out another deal. Former Bills tight end Quintin Morris is visiting with the Detroit Lions as he looks for potentially a new team. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins. Josina Anderson reports that a third-round pick is the likely compensation if Atlanta decides to trade him. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe has dinner last night with Steelers GM Omar Khan and head coach Mike Tomlin ahead of his pro day today. Milroe has been rumored as one of the guys that Tomlin likes in the first round of this year's draft. Adam Schefter reporting on Aaron Rodgers yesterday that Rodgers would like to sign with the Vikings. Does add, though, that he doesn't think Minnesota will do it and that a Rodgers decision shouldn't come this week or even next week. NCAA tournament, UNC smokes San Diego State 95-68, so they will be the 11 seed. Alabama State throws a Hail Mary at the end, gets a layup with under 2 seconds to go to beat St. Francis 70-68. They will be a 16 seed. And St. Bonaventure falls 75-56 to Kent State in the NIT. Sabres off today, back in action tomorrow against Utah. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
All right, first test passed. Joe, before you got in here, I said to Josh, you got a mission for the top of the hour, for the open of the show.
Okay.
I need you to find any song you think is good to drive with the windows down. And when life is a highway. This is the Cars version, this Rascal Flatts. Okay.
There's another version?
Tom Cochran, the original.
Oh. This is one of those times I'm going to learn that there was another version.
There was. Tom Cochran
recently with another song.
Tom Cochran, 1993.
Okay.
I feel confident it's within 2 years of that.
So they copied this.
92. Oh yeah, they just redid it. I mean, somebody might have written it before Tom Cochran, but anyway.
Yeah.
Songs with the windows down, because I'd like to announce this is the Very Nice Day pregame show.
Sweet.
Good. Why wouldn't we just do that?
Yeah.
We could just be a nice day pregame show. It's going to be 75?
Yeah.
Come on. That? And it's not yet. It's 49. It's going to be...
But even now, it's like...
nice. It's kind of nice.
Is there a 49 feels like for later in the day? You almost can feel in that 49 like, oh, it's going to be warmer later.
Is that kind of like it feels like football? Like when you're in a Bills game, you're going, it feels like football. Because there's going to be football later?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I can feel the 75 on the way.
Yeah, it's 50 degrees right now. And it'll be in the 70s in the afternoon. My phone says 70. BEN set up to 75. So This is the Nice Day pregame show, and I've asked Josh to only play songs
that you would have with the windows down.
Yeah, windows down, bump it.
That song I think I only would listen to if the windows were down.
And you're driving through like Colorado.
I wouldn't listen to that song in the middle of winter. With my winter jacket on and the windows up and the heat blasting full. I don't think I would play that.
Yeah. What if you were on a road trip? Like, is that just a road trip song?
That song. Well, really, there might be a lot of crossover here between road trip songs and windows down songs. Like,
that's right.
The first thing I thought of was Willie Nelson on the Road Again. That's a road trip song, maybe more than it's a windows down song, but it's also a windows down song.
That's right. Are most road trips taken when you can roll the windows down? I mean, you'd prefer to drive somewhere nice in the summer.
That's probably right.
Winter. That song,
I would say yes to that.
I would also say windows down songs are songs where, does anybody else get this feeling, or is it just me and my weird brain? You kind of pretend that you're in a montage. Do you ever do that? Do you ever do that?
I think I have done that.
You feel like the main character.
That.
Yes.
Because
that song is from Cars, of course.
Yeah.
And that's a montage.
I'm Lightning McQueen.
You're just
driving around.
Driving.
Sheridan.
A truck drives by. You're looking out the window, and you just kind of feel like I'm in a montage right now. This is my traveling montage.
Mm-hmm.
So life is a highway. Yeah. Songs with the windows down. and songs that make you feel like you're in a montage. This is the Nice Day pregame show. It's going to be nice. Really nice. 75. Get a tea time. Get a whatever else you do outside. What else?
I might need a playlist because I'm so rusty on. There are going to be songs I haven't listened to in like a year that I'm going to want to put on. If it's 75 and I have all my windows down today.
A really good answer is most of Tom Petty's entire library.
Sure.
Most of it. You go ahead and play any Tom Petty song, you're going to be fine.
I think I'm going back, like, I usually listen to more new age things like that have been probably released within the last 10 years. And I bet I'm going to be listening to more things that came out in like the 70s and 80s when the windows go down. Is like what else is Led Zeppelin good for this?
Anything you want's good. Rock, R&B, rap. Like, just I feel like
maybe it's every song gets better. Maybe when this happens,
that's probably a part of it. It also might be
most songs.
Whatever song you feel like is a callback to when you were driving for the first time. Your first couple summers driving.
Right. Okay.
Your first couple years driving. Yeah.
So for me, it's gonna be like songs that came out in 2011. 2012.
Yep.
Not a great era of music, though, I gotta say. It's nostalgic, but...
The 70s?
No. Like, when I first started driving in, like, 2011, 2012, I'll listen back to music. I'll admit this up front. I like, get nostalgic listening to that, and then I'll be like, this is a terrible song. This is so bad.
That's funny.
Tayo Cruz, Dynamite. Like, that song is, like... That's high school for me. I'm like, this is a terrible song.
Put it on the list. Tayo Cruz, Dynamite. It's Joe's driving song.
That's my driving song, sure. Yeah.
The chat's going off on this, popping off. Everybody's going to be in a great mood. It's one of those days where the weather is, it's going to be so nice. It's like we're all on something. The anti-seasonal depression drug.
Yeah.
I go in this time of year. I was thinking about this on the way in. The nice part of the year and the cold part of the year are long enough for me to forget what each other are like. When it's 75 today, I will feel outside like, man, it really does get beautiful up here, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And we will live in that for a couple of months. And then when it starts to get cold again, I'll think, man, it really does get cold here, doesn't it? Like, I forget every single year, even though I go through this cycle every single year. So, 75.
Nice.
Let's push higher. And it's not going to be 75 for that many consecutive days, so kind of like enjoy it while you can. It's going to dip back down. But, hey, whatever.
Are you going to do some NCAA watching out on the patio maybe in the next couple days?
That's not a bad idea.
Sal is going to be out tomorrow or Friday for the Extra Point show. And I might go down there just because they have a nice patio. And like watching games anywhere outside seems like a great idea.
Yeah.
For the next couple of days.
Absolutely. Patios. I was out yesterday. Yesterday was nice. Yesterday maybe didn't get the headlines that today did, but it was sunny. And it was relatively warm, bit of some wind out there, but it was great. It was great. So anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, and we'll try and have the appropriate music along the way on the very nice day pregame show. We'll have interviews with, Sal. The Bills round out their coaching staff. Joe Marino, we expect to talk to Joe at 8 o'clock today. It might actually have to be pushed to Friday, so we'll figure that out along the way. But maybe Joe Marino today. And Sam Monson, formerly of PFF and now of the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo. So we'll talk. Those are our guests for today. Plenty to get to. The tournament is underway. There was some drama last night. North Carolina sent a message, which is kind of funny. As someone who... I'm a Syracuse fan. There were multiple seasons Syracuse got in the tournament when people thought they shouldn't. One of those years they went to the Final Four, and you can kind of puff your chest out and say, "See, we did deserve it," even if you really still didn't.
Right.
The point is, you're not supposed to have the chance to do that.
Right.
You didn't earn that. So North Carolina might pull the Syracuse. There was a year I can remember St. Bonaventure fans really had a better case than Syracuse, and Syracuse made it and then made the Final Four. So whatever. The tournament is underway, kind of.
UNC wearing Us Against the World t-shirts yet?
Oh, great. Yeah.
I'm sure they will if they're not yet.
Right. Big underdogs, UNC.
You had a moment last night. I had everyone in my one group chat shouting, "This is March," and I didn't know why, and it was because of a 16 seed beating a 16 seed with a crazy Hail Mary at the end. So you got a crazy moment, even though that team's probably just going to get wrecked by the next one seed that they play. But still, good moment for them.
Great moment for them.
I don't like, though, that I don't like that Okay, so Alabama State wins yesterday, and here's a flood of Alabama State wins their first ever tournament game. Like, okay. Their first ever tournament. It was a play-in game to the tournament. They beat another 16 seed. That counts? That's their first ever tournament win?
I know.
It's just so dumb. I hate the existence of the first four so bad. Or maybe I would like it more if they just didn't call it the tournament. They at least...
Called it the play-in?
They at least, right, they don't call it... They used to call it the first round. Remember that?
Yep.
There was like a 5-year period where the 4 games they played in the first 4 were the first round, and like, oh, here's the second round matchup between the 2 seed and the 15 seed. Like, this is not a second round matchup. Neither of these teams have played yet, and that's a second round matchup. So they at least did that.
Part of the problem,
they got better at that.
Part of the problem is, for me, with the first 4, is the beautiful. I know how they do this. They play 16 versus 16 and 11 versus 11 whenever they do this, which is weird.
Yeah.
So the math still works out. Oh, okay, now I got a 1 versus a 16. But the tournament is supposed to have those magic little numbers where you get this seed versus this seed. And to see 16 v 16 or 11 v 11 or whatever it actually shakes out to in a year, it's kind of silly, but it's jarring. That's not supposed to be like that.
Right.
You can't play the same number unless you're in the Final Four, and it's a 2 versus a 2 or whatever. Like a 16 versus 16. Who's the underdog? North Carolina? I was supposed to believe that North Carolina is an underdog as an 11 against another 11. But whatever. You got wins last night for a couple teams. Good for them. The tournament's underway, and so it goes. Shrug your shoulders. I did think this about the tournament. One potential side effect of the first 4. How many years was it, maybe not universal, but first day of the tournament, which is tomorrow, right? Trying to say the first day. It's the best day in sports. Oh, first day of the tournament's the best day in sports. Does the same percentage of the population still believe that? That tomorrow is the best day in sports? Because yesterday and today do sap from that. It's no longer the first day.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have Selection Sunday and then this build up until Thursday and then 12:15, get in front of a television, take the day off work, productivity in the United States drops $2 billion because you have a slow kind of appetizer, sampler platter on the way to it.
I think it doesn't take away too much from the day itself. Because I think when you get to Thursday, at least this is me, you just forget the first 4 ever happened. You just completely omit it from your memory that it never happened. Like, as soon as I've got a 13 seed hitting a buzzer beater at the end, I forgot everything that happened in Dayton, Ohio for the last 48 hours, as if it didn't happen. So, for me, I'm very quick to, push it off. Almost didn't even happen. I'll fill up my bracket, and, maybe I have to fill it out when it's the slash still. You pick between the 2 teams. But no, I think it should still be the number 1 day for the people that thought it was the number 1 day. And it's got to be top 3 for that conversation at least, I think. Is there anybody that doesn't? There's to be some.
Top 3?
How many people wouldn't have this day tomorrow being one of their elite sport days of the year? Because it is awesome.
It is a great day.
Action all day long.
It is.
And you get moments. You're guaranteed to get moments every single year. So upsets, your own bracket, you have your own rooting interest in it. It really was kind of the betting influence before betting, where sports betting now, one of the things that it does is it gives you an extra rooting interest to keep you invested in the game and watching the game longer, even if it's not close. And everyone had their brackets long before sports gambling was legalized. So
Very
people
true.
I'd be rooting for, Richmond. No interest in Richmond at all, other than I got them going to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, the bracket is it not your introduction to gambling?
Kind of.
I mean, I'm in high school, and I'm in a bracket pool with 30 guys that are juniors in high school playing for $100 or something, fill out a bracket, somebody do the scoring system.
Yeah.
The bracket is your introduction to all that. Pools and rooting for a team you don't care about because you're hoping to win.
Yep.
How many people wouldn't put in their top 3? I just wrote down 6 days that I like better.
Wow.
Yeah. Is that blasphemy? I just came up with 6.
It might be, yes. Without hearing them, I feel like I want to say that's blasphemy. Is like week 1 NFL going to be above that?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be one of mine.
Okay. I do love tomorrow. I'm excited to park it, and I've got plans to get together with my brother-in-law, my father-in-law, one of my buddies on Friday to watch the games. So I do love these days.
Yeah. How about, is final round of the Masters going to be on there?
It is.
Final round of the U.S. Open?
So you got 3 of mine.
How much golf is going to be on here?
Masters, just those 2.
Just those 2.
Masters Sunday, U.S. Open Sunday.
Okay.
Now those are sometimes fluid and contingent on who's in it. Is it interesting versus the tournament, which going into the day,
you have guaranteed.
I've got lots of options. I've got a buffet in front of me of all these games I can watch. But yeah, you got 3 of mine.
Is the final day of the Premier League?
No.
That one is a lot less guaranteed to be interesting. If that is interesting, it's amazing.
Yes, but that's not on my list.
Championship Sunday in the NFL?
That is on my list.
Okay.
I love the day. I love the AFC and NFC championship days.
Okay.
Like, those are great days. And that's even before the Bills became somewhat of a regular player in it, or at least, storyline in it. All right, you got 4. I have one other one, and then I have a snarky one.
What about night 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs?
No.
I love that night. Okay.
Days that I think are better sports days than this.
Draft
tomorrow. Nope.
Not the Super Bowl.
Not the Super Bowl.
What's left here?
Big day. It's coming up in 6 weeks.
Derby Day.
Derby Day.
I love that's good.
Derby Day. Mm-hmm. And then I have one more, and
it's snarky?
Yeah. You want to try and guess the snarky one?
Is it something Sabres related?
Yeah,
The NHL Draft Lottery.
No. It's the day the Sabres look like they might make it to March alive. Sorry.
To March.
Looks like they might make it to March.
Not even just make the playoffs.
Yeah,
they might
it usually
make it to
happens
March.
someday in November every year.
Yeah.
I think they might make it.
Yeah, I saw someone pointing out that they were in a playoff spot on Thanksgiving.
There you go.
This year.
That was one of my 6 best days of the year.
Thanksgiving. Oh, what about Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving's a good
sports day. You get to do football all day.
It felt like it was cheating to list Thanksgiving. I mean, should I list Christmas? Christmas was a great one this year.
Well, part of it is what your routine is. Like I go to a buddy's house every year. He takes off work. He has 9 TVs set up.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone come over for the first round whenever you want. Open invite. Like that's one. If you are, how do I watch Thanksgiving football with a face full of turkey and stuffing?
It's a good day.
That you get that. If you want to pick Thanksgiving, you get that. So I don't want to put all of those over, but I think all of those are pretty close to what tomorrow will be.
I have to add one more. The TGL semifinal. Sorry.
That was last night?
I don't know. I didn't watch. Not that it's bad, but I did not watch. But the tournament, here's the other thing about the tournament for me, and St. Bonaventure lost last night in the NIT.
Yep.
So I feel like I can put a bow on this was the worst year of local college basketball for like the big D1 teams in a long time, if I can include Syracuse in that. You rewind 10 years, Joe, and I'm at the arena watching number 1 seed Syracuse. For me, that's a different life than now where they are dead on arrival. Mm-hmm. They're not a factor. They're not in it. So it's a little bit like, I don't know, if you're a Bills fan in the 90s and then you go through the drought Bills, you're not in the same league. You would love it if you were. You still love the sport, but it affects you differently. I mean, I used to watch every single Syracuse basketball game, and I mean, they've just been lost for a couple years, and it's just different. I used to be able to sit here and rattle off every opponent that they beat and lost to. I could tell you some of their crushing defeats. Ohio State referees, it's their fault. Hey, it happens. One of the worst ref games you'll ever see in your life. I'm not holding on to that. That's fine. Ohio State, Dayton, of course, Richmond is a 2 seed. They lost to 15 seed Richmond. They lost to Michigan State the year Michigan State wins the national title. They had a 17-point lead and lost by 18. It was really great. It was in Auburn Hills. So, like, these are things that I used to carry around and have so that they would be packed into all of this drama. They're a 3 seed this year. Oh, they're a 4 seed. They've got Vermont in the first round. That went poorly. All that would come back for me, and now that's been removed because they're just not relevant. So, your situation, if you're a big Duke fan, this is probably one of your top days. Or if you're a Alabama basketball fan, I bet it's risen up the board a bit because your team's become significantly relevant in the sport.
Yep.
And you're not just a football school. So it's a great day. It's undoubtedly a great day. Great day to go out to tomorrow, to go out to a bar, to go out and watch all these games, to sit home, to just be a part of it. But
you're right, though. It is kind of lame, not lame, in relatively, to not have one of the local teams there, because that always does make it cool. Like, hey, UB's playing Arizona today.
That's really cool, right?
That when Bonaventure's playing Florida State. Like, if that's on the schedule, yeah, it's more, and I'm not like a hardcore fan of any of the local programs. I root for all of them, I would say, equally. If they're in the tournament, then I'm in. And when's the last time that's even, like, Bonaventure, I think it looked like we went ahead one, where Woj gets there to run the team, and they start 14-1. And I saw that was their best start in 55 years, and they finished the year 8-11 and got blown out at home in the first round of the NIT. So, like, that was the one program that it felt like maybe you got something, and it just completely fell apart.
Yeah.
So, like, now, when's the last time any of them made it? Bonaventure's made it a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
I don't think UB hasn't made it since Nate Oates.
I mean,
I couldn't tell you the last time Canisius or Niagara made it.
Niagara used to make it with Joe Mahalik.
I remember them as a 16 seed one year, like a long time ago. Maybe they played Florida. But Bonaventure, for example,
Niagara last made it in 2007.
Okay, 2007. Mm-hmm. And Bonaventure last made it in 2021. So I bet that's gonna be the answer. It's been like 4 years since any of them made it. So that will make it cooler if one of them is able to, have a little bit of a run over a couple of years and make that a thing. Down, like, all the downtown bars too. When where am I? I'm somewhere downtown when UB is beating Arizona, and it's awesome. It's like a Bills watch party. Basically, everybody's into it. So definitely miss that.
Somebody in the chat points out what I described there about Syracuse is a lot of people describing the NHL. Like, the Sabres have been they just fell out of it. And maybe you watched every night, and it's just changed for you. Not that your love has changed, just your attention to it, your investment in a random game has changed. So, anyway, not trying to be a downer. It's the Very Nice Day pregame show. Remember, we've got lots to get to, and big day tomorrow, couple games tonight, and the tournament underway. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Plenty to get to. Some Bills news on they rounded out their coaching staff. We'll run through that with Sal coming up at 7:30, making the final coaching staff changes final. We should check in on and have a bigger conversation on. We have a bet on the bet board. I guess I should ask you if you want to buy out of it now. Now that Matt Milano took a pay cut with incentives and chopped a year off his deal, and linebacker versus running back. You and I bet what the Bills will take higher in the draft, linebacker or running back. I feel like today's a good day to be on the side of linebacker.
I am not going to hit that cash. I am not going to hit that cash out button. I understand
the cash out's like the meter, $1.50.
Yeah, the meter might have moved a little bit, but hey, James Cook's not signed yet.
That's right. But Milano, a deal for him that pay cut with incentives to still earn his money. It sounds a lot like the Vaughn situation. Like, hey, man, you were hurt a lot, and what do you want to do here? I'd like to stay. Why don't we sign up for this, and if I play well, I get it all back. Well, it sounds good. But he is a free agent at the end of this year. So Milano's time with the Bills, this might be the farewell tour, especially if he gets hurt. I mean, if he gets hurt again, then you're looking at,
it's definitely over.
It's
then.
just
if it was a serious injury,
right? It's going to feel like it's over if he gets a serious injury again. He's just had so many and had so much trouble staying on the field. Great player, very popular Bills player. I almost said like one of the all-time Bills, but I'm not putting him up there with Kelly but just people loved him and he was great.
Yeah,
first team All-Pro. Like, he's great. So
at the very least, his best days are probably over. Right, like it doesn't have to be, but
the Bills
doesn't have to be. But the likelihood is him as one of the best linebackers in football, and honestly, like one of the best linebackers in Bills history. I'd be surprised if he's able to get back to that. I wouldn't rule it out at all, but I would be surprised. He was a first-team All-Pro, 2 years ago. The last full season he played, he was a first-team All-Pro, conversation, one of the best linebackers in football. And, man, injuries. Between him and Tre'Davious White, right? Like, those are two guys. Those were your two guys.
Yeah.
They're two elite players. They are. We talk about how the Bills need best players at their positions. They had two of them that got completely wrecked by injuries.
Stinks.
Yeah.
And it's not as simple as saying, I bet the Bills are betting his best days are behind him, but asking to take a pay cut and lopping a year off the deal, you're saying, hey, if you play well, that's great, and you'll get to free agency, and that's great, but we're not really afraid of that if you're the Bills, and that would make sense. All right, 803-0550. One thing I want to get to today about a potential secret draft crush that's not so secret the Bills have. Ryan Talbot pointed this out and looked into it a little bit. The Bills have a player that they have talked to, according to the player, 8 times. Says, I've talked to the Bills 8 times. Tell you who their potential draft crush is for the first-round pick at defensive end. That's coming up. Sal, 7:30, Sam Monson, 9 o'clock on the NFL and on the Bengals. I wanted to get Sam on the Bengals because he's been I think he's a bit of a Bengals fan, and he's been crowing quite a bit about how the build with Higgins and Chase is just fine, and there's no reason to really freak out about it the way some people tend to do that, so I want to get his take on that, and, all the rest of it. So if you want to send in your very nice day pregame show music bumps, songs with the windows down, we'll take them, and try to get the vibes to match a 75-degree day. Baseball's back on from Tokyo.
Baseball's on, yep.
The Browns have
Ohtani to the warning track, apparently, in the first at-bat of the game.
The Browns have a new stadium fly through. I'm eager to dig into that because I had a lot of responses on Twitter to that as we yelled about domes and stuff. So it'll be a fun day. We'll have a good time. Join us, Jeremy and Joe, here on WGR.
Matt Milano and the Bills reworking his contract yesterday. $3 million pay cut for Milano that he can earn back with incentives. Also, a year's been eliminated from his contract, so he would be a free agent in 2026. The Atlanta Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins. Josina Anderson mentioned a third-round pick as the likely compensation if Atlanta does decide to trade him. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe had dinner last night with Steelers GM Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin ahead of his pro day today. Today's Alabama's pro day. Adam Schefter says that Aaron Rodgers would like to sign with the Vikings but does not think Minnesota will do it, and that he doesn't expect a Rodgers decision this week or next week. NCAA tournament, first four last night. 11 seed UNC over 11 seed San Diego State, big 95-68. So they advanced to the first round. Alabama State with a Hail Mary buzzer beater to beat St. Francis. They scored with 2 seconds left, 70-68, and they'll be a 16 seed. St. Bonaventure hosting the first round of the NIT falls to Kent State 75-56. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Seconds left, and here we go. This is where dreams are made.
They're going for it all.
Simpson, home run play, the deflection. Oh! layup! 0.7 seconds left. Alabama State in front.
A Hail Mary for Alabama State to win one of those plays where there's 3 seconds left. You're thinking, how could it possibly go wrong? You're a St. Francis fan. That's their new 3.4 seconds. 3.4. They just say 3.4 seconds all the time. Throw it down the field, into the paint, bounces around, get a layup.
Yep.
Welcome to the Very Nice Day pregame show. It's going to be nice out there today. Jeremy and Joe. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Catching up on a couple things. During the break, I popped in the YouTube chat talking linebackers because Matt Milano and his pay cut and where he stands in Bill's history. Had someone right away kind of pop up and say, Matt Milano's not one of the best linebackers in Bill's history. And a quick check of who has claim to that.
I think he would be. I'd be stunned if he wasn't.
There's only one Bills linebacker that has more All-Pros than Milano. And it's a guy, Mike Stratton, from the 60s.
Yep, okay. The hit, is it the hit heard around the world? Is his hit? I think he's the one who folded somebody in half in the AFL championship.
By the way, Milano did that to Joe Flacco.
And Mike White.
Oh, sorry, Mike White. That's who. Both of them. Did you do both of them? Or just,
no, you're right. Mike White. It's just Mike White.
It's just Mike White. Okay. Linebackers to have made as many All-Pros, first-team All-Pros, as Matt Milano. 2. Cornelius Bennett. 3, sorry. Cornelius Bennett, Bryce Paup.
And those guys are pass rushers.
Takeo Spikes.
Someone that watched Bennett will have to tell me that maybe he was both. But Pop was sacks.
Yep.
So that's not Milano.
Archie Matzo's also in the 60s. So he's definitely on the list. I think he's one of the best linebackers of all time for the franchise. I mean,
Talley, of course.
Yeah. In terms of
Talley was never an All-Pro.
I don't believe so. I don't see him here on the list of All-Pros.
Okay.
Of course, he was great. It's about Milano for him. It's about just it.
It's kind of crazy how long he's been here too. He's on the team that breaks the drought.
Yeah,
he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game that they lose 10-3 or whatever the final score of that game was. He's been here the whole time.
Here's the big question:
he precedes Bean.
The $1 million question for Matt Milano is when the time comes that he has to be the legend of the game and ask Bills fans to get fired up. Will he speak? Will he talk?
Oh, remember the Ravens thing on Twitter?
Yeah, the Ravens thing was amazing.
Will he speak? He will not. There's no way. Well, he has to, right?
What if he didn't? What if he furthered his legend?
He just stared at the crowd as the crowd does the chant, and then puts his arms up.
He directs the crowd. He doesn't speak.
He's a maestro. He's not actually leading the chant. Yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. If you want to join us, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday, March 19th, and it's going to be beautiful out there today. Absolutely gorgeous. Tournament's underway. Alabama State with that dramatic win last night, and off we go, off and running. For the Bills and Milano, the pay cut creates $6 million in space. I had someone ask me, do you think this could be greasing the wheels for Asante Samuel Jr. or anybody else? And my answer was no. On the Bills, here's a question for everybody out there. Are we giving up on the idea of a signature move of the offseason? That there really just won't be one? Because re-signing your own, not to say there are no good moves, or drafting somebody, in the first round at 30th that you like, but just the offseason, the Diggs move was a signature move, right? You went out and did something big. Yep. The Vaughn move, you go sign somebody big. Without even saying that they have to do it to be better, it feels like we came to the offseason with the idea of, listen, this is going to be an offseason where something big happens.
Yeah. And I don't know what's left out there to do.
A couple different ideas are gone.
And really, what's happened in the league that would have qualified for that in the first place?
Garrett.
But that didn't happen.
Metcalf.
That happened. That's the only guy that changed teams.
I feel like
that I think we would say, oh yeah, there it is. There's your signature move. DK Metcalf. That's
I think
huge.
Javonte Adams would have rated for this. I think that would have rated.
Okay.
Trey Hendrickson still could. Max Crosby. Like a lot of, right.
None of these
players left. Ultimately didn't move.
Right.
So now we get to the draft and it becomes what, like a trade up? If they like somebody, if they move to 18 because they like a defensive tackle so much, or
yeah, right. Does that even qualify for it? Like if they go up 8 picks and draft a defensive tackle, that's not on the same level as when you traded for Diggs or when you signed Von Miller to a $100 million deal. Like to me, I am pretty much writing it off as a real idea, more so because I don't know how much opportunity there's going to be for that. Unless, and this could happen, maybe even say it's likely, at least one spot in the league, that we get to draft day and there's a team out there that we don't know about right now that's really not loving the idea of paying a guy. And they're working back channels right now and they're keeping it out of the public, or maybe they haven't talked about it yet. Maybe they'll talk about it leading into the draft. What happened in the NBA? Luka Doncic, the Lakers just got a call one day.
Right, you never know.
Bam, it's done in like 24 hours. A.J. Brown gets traded at draft day. There wasn't like a month-long saga of, what can we give up to get A.J. Brown? Like, that wasn't happening.
That's where this gets hard. Like, you just got to guess. Who could it be? We throw around Olave.
I was just going to say, like, Olave's the name that's in my head right now just because he's a receiver and we've discussed him. But like that could be a name where a guy like that, contract isn't that far off down the road. You can reasonably see the team not wanting to pay him big money, and he's great. That's the new version of the A.J. Brown trade. And, yeah, Olave could be that. Other than that, though, there's nothing they can really do. There's nothing they can really do, I don't think. They could draft a running back in the first round, and that might come off as a signature move, right? If they landed one of those guys just because of the position. But, and I'm okay with that. It's disappointing, though, because I would have told you the number one goal that I would have had for them going into the offseason was go land a star. Go land a elite player at their position. And for anyone that said that's easier said than done, like that's kind of come to fruition because all the guys that we would have talked about that would have fit that of go get an elite player. Okay. Well, there were 4 of them we thought maybe were available, and only one of them got traded. And we can even argue if Metcalf would qualify for that level of player. So you didn't get the one guy that got dealt. What are you going to do? Garrett got $40 million.
He did.
And maybe I don't know, like I wonder how much they wanted Metcalf in the first place. Like, should they have pushed harder for that? Were they not pushing harder because they thought maybe an elite pass rusher was still going to shake loose? That, hey, Garrett hadn't signed yet, and Hendrickson was on the way out at the time. So what are we going to trade for Metcalf for? We need all this stuff to go get the elite pass rusher, and then all the elite pass rushers didn't get traded. Kind of throw your arms up, I guess.
Yep. Who was that? What are the other ideas? Hendrickson's still there, but now, again, the latest report is,
that
Diane Rossini says
they're working on a deal.
Work on it, yeah.
It's not done yet. I will say that. It's not done yet, but it's, at the moment. The best you could do, you start looking at next year's free agent crop. Like, who are the best free agents available next year? Because those are the guys you have to call. You're going to call those teams and say, "Hey, you going to pay this guy? Are you Atlanta? You're going to pay Drake London?" I think you're probably going to get told yes on that, right? Because he's a free agent. Washington, you're going to pay Terry McLaurin. Just making sure. Jets, Garrett Wilson. We mentioned Olave. Pickens. There's Pickens stuff from last night.
Yes, there is. He posted a picture of himself with Tom Brady.
Right. Which our buddy Andrew Filipponi immediately thought
he's going
Pickens
to Vegas.
was getting traded to the Raiders.
All right, let's say that happens. Pickens to the Raiders for who knows what. That would make sense to me. I think the Steelers are going to trade Pickens. I would have thought that before they go out and trade for DK Metcalf, because you have to understand the Pittsburgh Steelers' life cycle, which is draft a receiver, love him, claim he's a problem, trade him. That's pretty much what you do if you're a Steeler. And if George Pickens goes to the Raiders, where every decision the Raiders make is now credited and put on, Brady has signed off on this. Brady's courting Matthew Stafford in a ski resort. He's making all their decisions.
Yep.
He goes and signs George Pickens. Don't you want to stop hearing about any idea of receivers with attitudes are bad? Here's the greatest player of all time, now running a team. I'll take that guy. He can play.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for me because I want to see Brady fail. So, on one hand, I'm going to want to believe that. On the other hand, I'm going to want to see it completely blow up on him. I'm going to want to see Pickens light the locker room on fire, basically, and just start whatever makes the most drama possible and not catch the ball and make Brady look bad. I think I might want that more, honestly.
It is fun to root against Brady.
Top free agents next year. Here, you know what? The name right at the top is somebody that I would wonder about, because I wonder if his team... TJ Watt is the name. TJ Watt has 1 year left on his deal. He's 31, entering his age 31 season, and I don't know, the Steelers might think that he's kind of he's on the way down. He's declining, and I don't know what their plan is, though. Are they going rookie quarterback? Are they going for a soft rebuild at all? If they trade Pickens away, he's an all-time player for them. But he is someone that's going into the final year of his deal. There are other guys, but yeah, we've mentioned Pickens maybe is between now and the beginning of the season, I would bet Pickens is the best player that's going to get traded.
That's a good bet. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Tournament underway. Also news on the Utah hockey team. There's an indication it's down to two. Two potential names.
I thought they picked.
They did pick, but we don't know what they picked.
But we know it's down. We know it's one of two.
It's one of two. Yes. One was eliminated, and it appears that there are two left. We'll tell you what those two are, and we'll give our pick. 803-0550, Sal 730 here on WGR. Shorts report.
Nope.
No shorts today?
T-shirt, though.
I got shorts.
I got the, thin golf joggers. You went shorts? Josh?
I did. Shorts all the way, yeah.
Shorts? Owen?
No shorts for me.
No shorts.
Wow, so 2 for 4?
Yeah.
75 degrees should at least be a 3 out of 4 day,
It was 48 when we left.
Who cares? It's going to be 75 when we leave.
Yeah, when you fly to Florida, you put on shorts.
No, it's not going to be 75 until like 4 o'clock.
It's already 51.
The temp, it's going to be, 10 a.m. is going to be 60. With
That's
a real
shorts.
feel of 57.
Oh, look at you, real feeling.
That's on
3 degrees.
That's like on the line. So,
well, it's gonna be nice today. Jeremy and Joe, what did I tease going to the break?
where are we at with the ground? By the way, is the ground? I need like a weather app on like what the Bills are gonna have this right at their new stadium. I need an app that tells me what is the wetness level of the
moisture
ground.
level
The
in the
moisture
ground.
is the I was looking for. Yeah, I need the moisture of the ground. I need that as an app.
Okay.
Someone put not a thermometer, some measuring device in the ground and tell me what it is.
Well, if I know anything
If I
about
step on grass, is my foot gonna sink?
if I know anything about apps, all you have to do is the thing you want it to do. You just misspell the word and make it an app, and that's what you call it. MUDD, MUDD. There's your new app, and it tells you if it's muddy outside. That's what you do. You just misspell a word and make it a company. That's what everybody does these days.
That's pretty good.
What did I tease going to the break? I said I had something.
Utah hockey teams.
Yes. So the story is that they're down to 2 names.
Yeah.
And the way that we know that is by extending protections on copyrights, or it's legalese, kind of. They've chosen their name, and they're down to 2. So Cole Bagley had this, Digital Insider, Utah Hockey Club on KL Sports, that as of February 4th, so a little bit of like a freedom of information, go find, the Utah Hockey Club trademark was extended by the firm responsible for the nicknames. So on February 4th, they extended Utah Hockey Club and Utah Mammoth.
Okay.
And they did not extend Utah Outlaws.
So that's
Outlaws appears, if this reading of the tea, it's Mammoth or Hockey Club.
disappointing. I like the Outlaws.
Me too. Mammoth, I'll say this, it's better than Kraken. And also, worth remembering, the Kraken, when they had their fan vote, the Kraken did not win. They just picked it anyway. So a fan vote doesn't mean this is what the fans picked. It means, they liked it enough.
Do we remember what the fans picked?
Metropolitans.
Okay, right. Do you remember the story on this?
That it was about the Metropolitan Division existing.
Bettman blocked it because he didn't want a Metropolitans team and a Metropolitan Division.
Of course. Right.
Because of the classic tradition of the Metropolitan Division.
Right.
In the National Hockey League.
The Metropolitan Division that has such teams as Carolina, right?
Right.
And Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually Team Mammoth.
Me too.
I'm Team Mammoth.
Mammoth is fine.
Hockey Club is fine. I give me a team name. I want a real team name. Give me a mascot. Give me a logo. That's the other thing. I want to see a cool logo. I don't just want to see UHC. Get creative with it. So I'm Team Go Mammoth.
803-0550. When we get back, the Bills' not-so-secret draft crush, who they've talked to apparently 8 times, according to the player. What it says about their pursuits. Let's dig into some draft talk. We'll get Sal at 7:30 on the latest on the coaching staff. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. Dog of the Day promos underway. You can get a Dog of the Day jackpot. How's it work? Well, FanDuel turns the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So, with an upset, you're not so upset because, let's say you bet a 12 seed and they win, or if they lose, they have to win, sorry. If they win and you bet that team, you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets if that's the lowest seed that has won that day. So jump in with the jackpot from FanDuel on Dog of the Day. Pick your dog, make a bet, and you're off and running on the Dog of the Day. FanDuel, the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines to team totals and so much more. Visit FanDuel.com/white. Download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
The Bills reworking Matt Milano's contract yesterday. He is getting a $3 million pay cut, but can earn that back with incentives, and there's 1 year that has been taken off of Milano's contract. That'll make him a free agent in 2026 after playing just 9 games in the last 2 years due to injury. Milano entering his age 30 season. Former Bills tight end Quentin Morris visiting in Detroit. Bills letting his rights go a couple of weeks ago. Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins, and Josina Anderson reports that a third-round pick is the likely compensation if Atlanta decides to trade him, which they have been hesitant to do. Cousins met with the owner, did not get the result he wanted out of that meeting last week. Adam Schefter reporting on Aaron Rodgers that he would like to sign in Minnesota, but that he doesn't think the Vikings will do it, and that he doesn't expect a Rodgers decision this week or next week. College basketball tournament season, the first 4 last night. The 11 seed play-in, North Carolina rolls San Diego State 95-68. It was never close. Alabama State in the 16 seed play-in beats St. Francis 70-68 on a go-ahead layup with under 2 seconds to play. And in the NIT, St. Bonaventure falls at home 75-56 to Kent State. Their season comes to an end. Baseball again today. Regular season in Tokyo. Dodgers up 3-1 on the Cubs in the top of the 4th inning. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Not that running back is a big need, because I do think with Cook, Davis, and Ty Johnson, that's perfectly fine. They accomplished everything they needed to last year. But to see them have pick 30, pick 56, and pick 62, there's some really good running backs that are going to be going off the board inside the top 3 rounds. So I do wonder if, we see them maybe go after one of the Ohio State cats or something like that at the end of round 2, maybe spelling the end of James Cook's tenure after this season.
Ian Hartitz. No way, man. No way.
Travion Henderson, anybody? He's great.
It's hard to get mad at the draft right away.
I think there are 4 guys that could debatably be better than James Cook the second they step on the field. Henderson is a better everything. He's faster. He's a better receiver. He's a better blocker. Maybe he's not a better runner. But I'm going to be tempted.
It's hard to get mad the day after the draft because you never know what's going to happen in the draft. Last year it was easy to get mad. You traded with the Chiefs. I'm mad about that. You should not have done that.
Well, they hadn't made a pick yet either the day after.
I'm mad. You shouldn't have done that.
The only thing they had on the board was trade with the Chiefs. There wasn't a player to talk about.
And then they got a draft class. And then if they take a running back in the second round,
See, the better thing here, though, is that would be on Friday night, so you would have...
weekend.
You'd have the weekend to cool off a little bit. They do their other things.
It's such a bad idea. But anyway, that's Ian Hartitz coming in with the Killers. There, got a pair of tickets. Pre-sale, Killers, Canandaigua. Got a pair of tickets.
They go on sale today, I believe.
Depends. There's some pre-sales.
There's
some go on Friday.
There's 6 different sales.
I know
for every concert now.
But the Killers announced they're playing a show, or CMAC, whatever, announced August 2nd. Which, by the way, the Bills will be at training camp. And I'm just wondering, are the Bills going to go on stage with them? Because it's 25 minutes away from training camp during Bills training camp on a Saturday.
I bet they're there.
It's very possible. We'll see.
Just see how Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox rock out to it every time in the breaks.
They're going to be on stage, right?
They're going to, yes.
They're going to try to be.
The tight ends at least will be.
Anyway, 803-0550. Okay, so draft stuff. I want to tell you about the draft crush. Ryan Talbot found a piece on Landon Jackson. And in it, Jackson says he's talked with the Bills 8 times. I think I talked to the Bills 8 times. They had formal combine interviews with the Bills and the Commanders. And he's a edge rusher, defensive end, who might be available right at the end of the first or early second. And it's funny, you think about talking to a guy 8 times. This is the draft, so we all get our own interpretations of what's what. You tell me that you have talked to a guy 8 times, I think 2 things. 1, you definitely want this player. Right? You're very interested.
Yeah.
But then I had a buddy say to me, It also means you are trying to talk yourself into this player. Does it not? Why are you talking to him 8 times?
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to learn? You like him or not? You want 8 times? I mean, it might be a little bit of an exaggeration from Landon Jackson, who fits the bill. He's an edge, so that helps. His RAS score is like a 9.8, elite athlete. He's big and tall. The Bills want to be big and powerful.
Yeah.
I think that's not a coincidence. Groot's huge, right? Greg Rousseau, huge.
Yep.
Drafting another edge rusher that'd be huge. The new guy, Michael Hoyt, big, huge. Mm-hmm. They might want to get after the quarterback in a way that they do it, but also they do it while being giants. They want huge, long arms.
Yeah.
And Landon Jackson is the name. Arkansas edge.
Yeah, I do wonder what the 8 times thing means. I'm reading Moneyball right now, like the book itself, and one of the drafts, Billy Beane, they kept him away from the player he loved because they didn't want the rest of the league to know that they liked him. So he never went and saw him. Not one time.
Mm-hmm.
And literally other teams were like, he must love him because he hasn't seen him play once. Like they were hiding. They're trying to hide it. So this is almost the opposite.
But there's no way
Would you want everyone to know that Beane's gone to see this guy 9 times?
I just don't
now
think,
everyone in the league knows.
I just don't think you're spending your time pretending to like a player.
That would be a hardcore smokescreen.
It would.
If it really, man, you see they're going after this Arkansas guy 8 times, then he's on the board, and they're like, ha, we got you.
Right. The whole league is thinking
we're drafting a receiver.
The whole league's thinking, congratulations. I draft 11th. What am I worried about?
How deep do they really go with this stuff? The booby traps of it, like it can't be this deep, right? Where like I'm kind of implying here, where Beane is going to talk to this kid 8 times so that if he wants a receiver, for instance, that this time some team that wants Matthew Golden is going to be looking like, where do we have to trade up to get Matthew Golden? No, do we have to go to 29? No. Beane's going after this Arkansas guy. He's good. And then he pulls the rug out from under him like, I am the guy getting Matthew Golden at 30. I don't think it goes that deep.
Probably not.
So they probably like this guy.
Yeah.
And he's massive, and he's edge, and I've got Pro Football Focus ranking him as the 40th overall prospect in this draft, so if you want him, you'd have to take him at 30, unless you want to trade down. But you're not getting him with your late second-round pick, I don't think. So that is somebody that he ran a slowish 40 time, but whatever. Edge rushers, right? Doesn't matter as much. Edge is not off the table at all, right? In any way?
No.
It would be harder to fit snaps in and figure out the puzzle of where a 30th overall pick edge player would play. Harder than like corner would. Corner's easy, right? Just, the guy's the starter. Opposite Christian Benford.
Right.
You draft a defensive tackle, it's easy. Like he's rotating with Daquan Jones. He's playing 50% of the snaps. Edge, it's, okay, how much is Bosa playing, and how much is Hoyt playing, and how much is Rousseau playing, and how much is Epinesa playing, and how much is the new kid playing? Like, I've got a lot of guys now, a lot of mouths to feed, but I still feel like I'd definitely have a spot if the guy is good. Just, take Epinesa snaps away if it really comes down to it.
I mean, they could still even move on from Epinesa. There's, an avenue to do that if they decided they found something better.
Yep.
If they use all their picks. 803-0550. What's the best idea for the Bills right now? What's the best idea? Who's got an idea?
A guy or a position?
Either.
I'm trying to find a guy that I like.
Right. You want a Jimmy and Joe, not an X and O. You want. Where's my difference maker coming from? We all got to the offseason with the idea of they're going to need players that make a difference. And the draft class might produce that. You never know. That's kind of it's a bit of a crapshoot. What's the best idea? Just to trust the process, go through it again, run it. I mean, they need to add a receiver. We know that because they added one and lost 2. So somewhere along the way, a receiver is going to come in. I would think in one of the first 3 picks, even maybe the 4th pick. I don't know. Mm-hmm. That's the 4th round, though.
Is it debatable though, or is it defendable that receiver is the best idea at 30?
Oh, for sure.
Because I want to talk myself into that, but I also understand their need for stud defensive players. And at the same time, defense, they're going to need a bunch of guys offense, like if we went through positionally what they could draft at 30, there's no other position on offense that is even worth discussing.
No, it's just one.
At 30. It's just the receiver. That's it. And they've just done it a couple of times, but they're not in really good shape, I would say. They're in okay shape, probably at best, at that spot. So I'm going to put another asset there. I don't really even know that it should matter that I've just done it a couple of times.
Well, mix into this their level of surprise, because how about Bean talking about Mac Hollins leave? You'd have to ask Mac.
Yeah, it sounded like he wanted him back.
Aren't they blindsided a bit by Hollins leaving? They had to think, come on.
He'll be back.
Where's he going to go?
That's how all of us treated it, right? Like
a little bit. Everybody assumed he'd be back. So the Bills might go to the offseason thinking like, listen, we'll bring back Mac. We'll go sign Josh Palmer. I mean, Palmer got signed before Mac left.
Right.
So
they might have thought we're good.
Maybe.
We're all good.
But come on, we're going to get this done. He's not going to leave. He can be a nice depth piece for us, and he's on the roster. Everybody loves him. Josh trusts him. He led us in touchdown catches last year. We don't want him to have all those targets, but he's a steady value player we can just bank on. And then he left. And you are, if you're being, here's the draft board, here's everybody, positional needs. Wide receiver, a lot of us would have said receiver was a need even if Mac Hollins did come back. But that he didn't come back means they have to look at what else is out there. I mean, Josh Palmer got a good chunk of money from them. He's a guy that's been in the league and is looking to step up. What's next?
Well, what do they want, too, from that position? Do
speed.
They want
vertical speed.
That's the thing. You might only have one more meaningful spot at receiver, a guy that would be playing a significant amount of snaps. Do you want a Mac Hollins replacement? Do you want bigger body, amazing blocker, the guy that's out there when there's only one receiver on the field because we're likely going to run the ball or we're running play action? Do you want that guy? Or do you want what McDermott talked about again after this season? Do you want what Bean talked about? And do you want the thing that they were bad at, which is down the field? Do you want a speed guy down the field? Because lining those two things up is probably not going to happen. But to me, especially at 30, I don't need to spend the first-round pick to replace what Mac Hollins did for me. I'd like to believe that Keon Coleman can just replace what Mac Hollins did for me at receiver, right? Similar body type and similar route tree maybe to what Hollins ran last year for Coleman. Why isn't he the guy that would be that? One receiver's on the field because I'm probably going to run the ball and I need a big body and a good blocker. Shouldn't that be Keon Coleman? Shouldn't I have that roster spot filled already? He's not going to be the veteran that Hollins was. But the guy I need is a fast guy. And then I start going into the lists of, okay, how fast is Matthew Golden? Oh, he ran a 4.29? Good. That's the guy I want. He's not blocking for me. He's not Mac Hollins in any way. But that's the receiver I'd want if I were them.
Golden's got the potential to be like a true number one. Like there's a lot of his game that's just more than just speed. But
maybe he'll end up being my guy at 30.
He's going to go way before that. The last mock I saw, Matthew Golden goes 11th. Ted McMillan's interesting. He's at his pro day. He's the Arizona wide receiver.
I guess the one I'm looking at right now, he goes 23rd.
Okay. I just saw one where McMillan went 22nd, which would be a big fall for him because I've seen him mocked as high as 4. And he's the only receiver in the last 2 years to have 1,300 scrimmage yards each of the last 2 seasons. His pro day, he ran a number that's not blazing, but it's good enough. So he might be the first receiver off the board. I don't know if the Bills are there in the mix on 30, but in the second round, here's one of the names is Luther Burden of Missouri, who his stock was higher last year than it is this year. And one of the things about Burden is he gets, ready for this? Prepare yourself. And I don't know how true it is, but it can be a knock in the draft for a receiver if you are thought to only play the slot. And Burden played a lot in the slot. A lot of it. He got a lot of his catches behind the line of scrimmage. Like a Shakir kind of role, right? I remember when the Bills drafted Sammy Watkins. This is going way back. But the Bills drafted Sammy Watkins. And one of the big knocks on Watkins was 52% of his catches are at or behind the line of scrimmage. They ran him on screens all the time.
Right.
And the instant response was, well, yeah, that's what they did to succeed. It doesn't mean that's all he can do. In college, you do what you're asked to do, what works. It doesn't mean it's all that you can do. And I was reading a little bit about Burden as that might be something that sinks his stock. and I kind of prepared myself for he slides into the second round, the Bills take him, people say he's a slot, and the Bills say we can play him outside. They do that all the time. Shakir, they said, he can play on the outside. He doesn't. Coleman, thought to be maybe a power slot, plays on the outside. I don't know about Burden as a perfect fit or whatever, but it just kind of struck me that that's a knock on him that might not be totally fair. And again, he didn't have the year that many expected him to have. This time last year, Burden would have been thought of as potentially wide receiver 1 coming up in the next draft.
Yeah, I'm almost disappointed by that because I like that player, and I did not realize that how much more he played in the last 2 seasons. Slot snaps, 577. Wide snaps, 91.
Yeah, right.
Year 1, his 2022 season, he played 289 outside and 44 in the slot. So there's one season on tape 3 years ago where he was playing out wide. And to your point, man, 2023, Burden, this is the Missouri receiver, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. Last year, 676 yards, 6 touchdowns. He played the same amount of games.
Yeah, he just didn't have.
It got cut in half.
He did not have the year.
That's very strange.
He might be the wide receiver that, if we're just talking wide receiver today, just kind of got there. We started the segment talking about an edge rusher, Landon Jackson, but I see a lot of he's left out of the first round, and I don't understand why. Like, as a comment, Daniel Jeremiah leaves Luther Burden out of the first round. How could this happen? Yeah. And the explanation is production and slot. If you're just a slot guy, I wonder when slot receiver will get to where running back got to, which is you can find one. You might like yours a lot, but you can find one. Don't go nuts paying for that position because all the old veteran receivers who used to be really good can generally slide in there. And there are some that are great.
There are some that can take like Lamb is a slot guy. If you look at his snaps, CeeDee Lamb primarily plays in the slot, and he's elite. And Kupp for years was this, right? Kupp was a guy that played in the slot, and he had monster years. But what are there, 3 guys like that? And the rest aren't a lot of the other ones like pretty good? And again, even like
JSN
Lamb is someone that might play more in the slot, but when he does go outside, he's still an elite receiver.
Yep.
And that's not true of like your Shakir guys, where Shakir bounces to the outside, and you're getting a lot less productivity.
Right. That's the difference between your $15 million and your $30 million guy. The guy that can get open on the outside.
And sorry, Lamb was like 50-50 the last couple of years. Yeah. So he does everything.
803-0550, our number. So anyway, what's the best idea? What's the big move? What do we all feel? We're waiting.
Is there a trade-up idea that's worth it for any of these positions?
I'll be stunned if they don't trade up. Stunned. I would have been. I mean, every year I want to say I'm stunned if Bean doesn't trade up. He loves to move up 2-3 spots because they identify the guy they like and they go get him. They trade up for Allen. They trade up for Edmonds. They trade up for Kincaid.
Elam.
They trade up for Elam. They trade up for Cody Ford. They always trade up. They get within 2 picks or 3 picks of their
Edmonds,
spot.
They traded up.
And Bean says, well, I'll go spend one of these late picks and move up 3 spots and take my guy.
Yeah.
And you're at 30, by the time it gets late in the day on that Thursday night, it's the 22nd pick.
Well,
they're going to be looking. They're going to be looking and calling.
What are they going to be falling in love with, though? We don't know, but, I mean, how are we going to feel if they trade up for, like, a corner? Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky, who I see in a lot of mocks, goes, like, right before the Bills. They trade up 5 spots and draft a corner.
I'm going to be fine.
We're good?
I'm going to be fine. In my old age, I've become a
corner. So they do that for one of 4 positions: corner, D-line, defensive end or inside. I could even count that as 2.
Sure.
And receiver.
Yep.
Any of those 4, they move up.
I'm fine. Like I was about to say, in my old age, I've become a stop telling me all you should do is trade down. I just think the trade down industrial complex has kind of lost the plot a little bit.
Well, what I've said on that over the years is that I think whenever that gets said, it just gets ignored that, that an undrafted free agent is somehow less valuable than a 7th-round pick by, like, leaps and bounds. Mm-hmm. As if, like, I'm getting day 3 picks in a trade that's significantly more valuable than the guy I might just find on the street. A lot of those guys, you draft a guy in the 7th round, he maybe was about to go undrafted anyway. So that's usually my thought on it, is you get all those picks, they're not all going to make the team anyway. If you're going to move up a couple of spots, that's fine.
Yep.
There probably isn't, though, even thinking about trading up and, like, what the best idea is. Because I'm still trying to find what I want them to do a lot. I think my problem is I feel like there are 7 ideas I've been talked into. Like, oh, you want a defensive tackle? Fine. You want to trade up for it? Fine. Defensive end? Fine.
Yeah.
You want a receiver? I love receivers, but fine. Any type, whatever.
Not slot.
Not slot. Yeah, not slot primarily. I wouldn't be into that. But like, even last year I got to a point where I wanted them to move up like big, like go to 9. Remember the Bears pick? Go to 9 and go get Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
Like I was into that. And this year, Ted McMillan, maybe you could convince yourself that that's the guy worthy of that type of conversation, but I'm not there at all with anybody that's on this board.
And I still think Golden's the more specific fit.
Golden, I don't think you have to go as far. I mean, you saw him early. I've
seen him early.
I see 2 right here where he's going in the 20s.
Okay.
So that's moving up 6-7 spots maybe.
803-0550, you want to throw a thought our way, please do. Sal's going to join us on the other side to talk about the Bills' coaching staff because they announced yesterday some more additions, the finalized coaching staff going into the year, what changes they made, what we can read from that and your phone calls as well. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing, one of my favorite spots. And we've got a watch party coming up, on Friday. Sal's doing a show from Wayland. Great spot to do it. How about 75 degrees today? A great reason, a great excuse to get to Wayland Brewing. If you've never been there, well, let me tell you, patio's incredible. You can jump on the patio, grab one of their great beers, grab some food, have it delivered to you. Get the cashew dip. I always recommend that. Get the white pizza. That's incredible, too. And, of course, the beers. Super Deluxe is their hazy IPA. Case Studies, a West Coast IPA. When it comes to, those are my 2 go-tos. They've got lots of different options, though, whether it's dark beers or light beers or sours. Lots of different options at Wayland. One of my absolute favorite spots. I grab the beer when I'm out, looking for something to bring home. And you can grab stuff to go. You can bring friends on a Monday where kids eat free. Wednesdays, they've got specials. Fish Fry Fridays. All day, even takeout. There's going to be a Killers cover band coming up on April 4th. Buy tickets to that. Or if you're booking a big event, they've got lots of different spaces. Big spaces, small spaces, intimate dinners, beer tastings, fantasy football drafts, or bridal showers, baby showers. They've got Wayland Hall, which can accommodate up to 220 guests. So get to Wayland. 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. A space for everyone and a great space altogether. Wayland Brewing, where every sip and event is a celebration.
The Bills reworking Matt Milano's contract yesterday. Milano's taking a $3 million pay cut, but he can get it back with incentives. And the two sides also agreeing to eliminate a year of his contract. So Milano will be a free agent in 2026. Elsewhere, former Bills tight end Quentin Morris visiting in Detroit yesterday. Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins. Josina Anderson mentions a third-round pick as likely compensation if Atlanta does decide to move him. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe's pro days today. He had dinner last night with Steelers GM Omar Khan and head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been rumored to like Milroe a lot. Steelers pick in the first round, 21st overall, where he would expect it to be available. Aaron Rodgers, no decision yet, and Adam Schefter says that Rodgers wants the Vikings, doesn't think the Vikings want him, and then it's going to be multiple weeks at least before Rodgers makes a decision. College basketball, North Carolina smokes San Diego State by 27 last night as the 11 seed play-in. Alabama State throws a Hail Mary at the end to beat St. Francis 70-68. They'll be a 16 seed, and St. Bonaventure falls 75-56 in the first round of the NIT tournament. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
It's the nice day pregame show. The vibe is music you want to drive around to, and Sal chose this. It's a nice pick, Sal.
What
little Panama.
Panama.
I appreciate that. Yeah, a little Panama by Van Halen. Nice. I think.
Nice.
I think this is a song that fits when the windows are down.
Yes.
Driving around, but for me. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Van Halen guitars sound like summer sunshine.
They do. I think this song is dangerous, though, because I think
100%.
I'm gonna want to put my foot down on the pedal a little more when this song is on.
Well,
it might be dangerous.
Oh, yeah, I could totally understand that. So for me, part of it is any song that I can really air drum to, but maybe more so any song that everyone can see me air drumming to, actually, to be quite honest with you, because I want everybody to know that I am loving life right now with the windows down and the song blasting.
We've got a great day on the way today, highs in the 70s, and we're vibing. You can give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Wanted to bring Sal on to talk about the Milano news. Also, the Bills' coaching staff. Looks like it's been rounded out fully. A couple of more announcements made. We can kind of dig into what we've learned about the Bills and, just kind of kick it around before the tournament, Sal, which, we are. I went through it earlier how the tournament is still wonderful and amazing, but it's just different for me, and I'm sure for you as a Syracuse fan. Like we used to be a part of this, and now it's not quite the same as it was for, decades of our lives.
100% agree. It's just different when you're in it, and I think people can relate here in Buffalo with the Sabres, right? I mean, the Bills back, for the drought, but even the Sabres, where the NHL playoffs are just different when your team's not in it after you've been in it for a while. And as much as you might love hockey, I love college basketball. Now it's a little different. Obviously, now it's a lot different with how the rules have changed and the players and learning the players. And so I'm not as attached anymore as I used to be because of that. But I love college basketball. I love watching it. I can randomly watch a college basketball on a random Tuesday, Wednesday night. Doesn't matter. Get to this time of year, man, when your team's in it, the tournament, you're all about where are they playing? Let's learn about this team. What does the pod look like? Where are they going after that? Now it's just like, okay, you fill out your bracket. Same thing I think with the NHL playoffs. As much as you love the NHL, you love watching hockey, it's just different when your team's not involved after you have been involved.
Yeah. It's, of course, what makes... Bills fans are more invested in the NFL maybe than ever, right? We're watching every game.
Yes.
Every time the Chiefs play, we get mad because everything just kind of relates back to the Bills. So, Sal, the Milano news yesterday, pay cut for him. How similar is this situation to Vaughn last year, where the deal got redone with incentives? He comes back unless it's not a restructure. It's a flat out. It's kind of a new deal.
It is a restructure, but it's a new deal in the sense of he now actually has a full year taken off his contract. So basically the way it would work is in exchange for him lowering his base salary and taking a pay cut, he will then become a free agent a year early, which obviously, as a linebacker, becoming a free agent at the age of 32, he'll be 31 this offseason. He'll be 32 next offseason. He then becomes a free agent next year instead of 33. He's banking on himself, is what it is. He's betting on himself. But he also is, wanting to be in Buffalo. He doesn't have to sign this deal, and hey, this is my guess is when you do something like this, you're also thinking of the alternatives. All right, well, after coming off of last year, what if they decide to move on, right? And now what options do you have? So hey, stay here, perform well, take a pay cut, but let's remember, one of the key parts of this is he has a chance to earn everything back in a pay cut in incentives. And what's funny, Jeremy, we've talked about not likely to be earned and likely to be earned, and you know how this works, and you've learned about it, which is if you hit those marks last year, they're called likely to be earned, right? If you didn't hit those marks last year, they're called not likely to be earned. Well, his will be called not likely because he only played 4 games last year.
Yep.
But he'll probably hit the incentives. I don't have them in front of me, but I think they're very reachable incentives from the way I understand it. And then once he reaches those incentives, he'll get all his money back, and then that money will go into next year's cap. So it's kind of a win-win for both sides, but the Bills will have to obviously, deal with that next year. And then let's just say Matt Milano has a really good year. The Bills could always re-sign him. Now it's going to be tough with the money implications by shaving a year off and having that money accelerate into the cap. But, he's banking on himself, and the Bills would still have the option to go to him and say, hey, do you want to run this back again?
In what kind of form do you feel like he's going to be in, Sal? Kind of just judging on how he looked at the end of last year, which was, slow at the start, but looked better and better as he kept playing?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that he, really started to become more of what we know from Matt Milano. And if he had another few games, maybe he gets back to really game-changing type of Matt Milano, making plays all over the field, where we saw a few flashes of that at times, but at times we said, oh, he's just a tick slow, a tick late. But that was coming, and it's always going to be it's always going to be a little bit of an adjustment there. Look, I thought it was telling, and there were a lot of people who felt that the Bills would move on from Milano this offseason. I've heard a lot of people say, I think he's going to be a June 1st cut. I think they're going to move on. Look what Dorian Williams did last year. To me, it was never going to happen for one reason, or at least it was very unlikely to happen for one reason. It had nothing to do with Matt Milano. It was more so that they actually decided to put him in right away for Dorian Williams. And I don't think they think Dorian Williams is a bad player, but I think that was telling to me that maybe they don't think Dorian Williams is ready to be a 17-game starter when this guy's coming off these injuries, and yet you're going to put him in right away. Despite what Dorian has done, you just trust Matt Milano in that spot. So I just think there's a lot that goes into it here. Now this gives you another year to see what Milano can do, and for Dorian Williams. What does that mean for Dorian Williams? He becomes the backup will linebacker, but hey, guys, Matt Milano's missed a lot of games over the last couple of years, right? You have a starting quality linebacker as much as you don't think he's quite the other guy, but you are comfortable with him as the number 2 in Dorian Williams.
Sal, one thing Joe and I had been talking about a couple of weeks leading into this, does this, to you, push linebacker a little further up the need chart?
That's a good question. I don't think it does. I think it's an area where you're still, look at the numbers on the roster. They have 3 will linebackers right now. Matt Milano, Dorian Williams, and Eddie Ulofoshio. Guys they've invested in. And now, yes, if Matt Milano's going to be a free agent after this year, and let's just say he's not going to be on the Bills in 2026, you still have Dorian Williams, and you still have Eddie Ulofoshio. I think it really comes down to what I just said, which is, what do you feel about Dorian Williams? Do you think that he's a guy that, hey, in his 4th year next year, that's when we're totally fine, him being a backup this year, but maybe you do draft somebody that pushes him. What do you think about Eddie Ulofoshio? And by the way, when we talk about linebacker, there's obviously 2 different spots on the Bills. Now, they do interchange a lot as far as how they train, but once they're on the field, they're either a Mike linebacker or you're a Will linebacker. We know they're not drafting one for Terrell Bernard, right? And look what's behind Terrell Bernard. Right now, it's Joe Andreessen and Bale Inspector. We all love Joe Andreessen and what he's done. And Bale Inspector's had, a lot of injuries here. I think Joe Andreessen beats him out. Are they comfortable with that group as the backup to Terrell Bernard? So I wouldn't doubt if they add a linebacker in the draft. I don't know if it comes any earlier, though, than day 3.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. The Bills also made a couple of additions to their staff, their coaching staff and conditioning staff. So is this about it? They could always add later, but we've got a look at the big changes they made as an organization from coaching to conditioning.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to get much later, Jeremy. This is it. They announced their 2025 coaching staff. So, when you put that out, that's it. They're going forward with this. They start their offseason workouts in a few weeks. This is the group. And when they start offseason workouts, that strength and conditioning staff is a big part of it because players can really only be with them. They can't be with the assistants on the field. And I think that was the big news that we were waiting on. But we actually heard from Brandon Beane last week, and he kind of revealed it. But it's been made official by the team as they put it out that Will Greenberg is now the team's head strength and conditioning coach. He was actually on staff with Eric Ciano. They did not change all of the guys other than Eric Ciano who were on staff are still on staff. Hal Luther, Nick Lacey, Jason Osvart, those are the guys that were on staff, but now Will Greenberg just gets elevated. The difference here is they hired Barry Rubin as a new senior strength and conditioning coach for the Bills. So, this is a guy that he's had quite a bit of experience in the NFL. He was the Chiefs' head strength and conditioning coach up until a couple years ago for a decade. He was the Eagles' head strength and conditioning coach when Sean McDermott was there back in the late 2010s, 2010 through 2012. This is a guy that he's in his mid-60s. So what this tells me is, hey, they're putting Will Greenberg in this spot, but they're surrounding him with somebody who has been there before, somebody he can lean on. I think it's very similar to when Sean McDermott hired Leslie Frazier to be the defensive coordinator and a guy who'd been a head coach, who's a little bit older. So they're surrounding Will Greenberg with Barry Rubin, who's been doing this for a while. And then you did have a couple other additions. We knew about Ryan Nielsen, senior defensive assistant, Mike Pellegrino, Nichols coach as well. And then Jason Rebrovich comes back. We haven't talked much about him. Jason Rebrovich is the new defensive line coach for the Buffalo Bills. He actually is a Clarence native, went to Clarence High School. He was with the Bills under Rex Ryan, Jim Schwartz, that time period for a little while. He was with the Green Bay Packers. He was a pass rush specialist. I think that matters that he had that title, and now he's with the Bills, assistant D-line coach. And then, interesting, Mark Lubbock, now who was the assistant QB's coach, in addition to game management, has been added to his title, instead of assistant QB coach, I should say, passing game coordinator. So he becomes the passing game coordinator. And then DJ Mangus is, in addition to offensive quality control, gets a bump as the assistant wide receivers coach.
Also, Sal, I saw you tweeting about the visit that Brandon Beane had on the Fitz and Whitworth show yesterday, Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth. Most interesting things that came out of there, he talked about D-line, which was interesting, Cook and Benford. He didn't really give much more than he had before, but what did you hear from Beane that was interesting?
Yeah, Brandon Beane is very, very serious when he says, I don't talk about those things in the media, right? Like, I don't negotiate in the media. He'll tell you what he said yesterday, which is, we've had contact with those guys. That's as far as I'm going to say. He said the same thing Friday when he met with the local media. That's why when you hear deals being made or extensions, nobody really knew about anything until, bam, they're right there, because he does not do that. But he did say they've had contact with James Cook and Christian Benford's camp, or them, and obviously everybody understands the situation going there. Okay, so I think one of the interesting things was on Dalton Kincaid, and he was asked specifically about Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman, and he went into a little bit more, depth about his feelings on them. And in Keon, he's talking about how, hey, he's a young guy. He never had to really go through what he went through last year with the injury. And, they've had these conversations. We know that. We know exactly what he talked about. On Dalton Kincaid, he said you could tell he just wasn't himself with the knee injuries. He talked specifically about the one he had in Indianapolis when he dove for the ball that was a bit overthrown. He hurt his knee. But he had a couple different knee injuries last year. And he said Dalton could have shut things down. He decided not to. He didn't want to. He wanted to be out there. But he said now, because of the way everything went down last year, his quote was, he's got a chip on his shoulder, like, I'm not going to let that happen again. And he said Dalton Kincaid has been at the facility already, working hard this year. And we all know what they said about Dalton Kincaid, that he has to get bigger and stronger. They'd like him to be able to do that. So, yeah, really good stuff there. I thought one of the really interesting moments, and this just kind of speaks to, and Brandon was great about, if anybody wants to know, like, what it's like going up the ranks from where Brandon Beane came from to be an NFL GM. It was funny. Fitz and Whitworth said to him, hey, we get asked all the time, my kid wants to be an NFL GM. How do I do that? I'm great at fantasy football drafts. And, Brandon talked about his path. It was really insightful on how the entire organization has to work, how he, makes sure in Buffalo that certain areas of the organization that who he goes to. Here's an interesting thing. He said the one person who knows everybody in the organization, all the players, all the people, and he'll go to and say, who's the biggest pain in your butt right now, is the equipment manager. He said the equipment people know everybody and about everything, and they deal with everyone. And he said he'll go to Jeff Mazurek, and he'll literally say, that's the Bills equipment manager, Jeff, who's the biggest pain in your butt right now? And he said Jeff could say to him, well, this one rookie, he wants this or that, and he's kind of being, he said, then Brandon will saddle up to that guy, and hey, heard a few things you might want. It was really interesting, actually, how all that goes down and all that. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Very good. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, you've also got a show on location on Friday as we get ready for the tournament.
Whalen Brewing, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be awesome. We're going to be out there. Whalen Brewery, I should say. It's 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. And, 10 to 12, going to be doing the Extra Point Show. So come on, saddle up early, get ready for day number 2. I'm still going to call it day 2 of the tournament, even though it's, it's Tuesday and Wednesday here. Saddle up for that. And then, we're going to have some WGR giveaways there. I'm going to be broadcasting live, the Extra Point Show. And, of course, it's going to be, lunch and watching basketball games as we head into the weekend.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
For Friday, won't be as warm as it's going to be today, but for Sal's show from 10 to 12 live, and then the games, sunshine. So it'll be a little chilly, but sunshine, you can be outside. You can go say hi to Sal. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, to join us at 8. We got to dig into the draft. We've of course, touched on it a little bit. Want to ask him about Landon Jackson, some other edge ideas, what he thinks about linebacker. As we started kind of get into the idea of what the Bills could be looking to do at 30, defensive ends, defensive line, all that good stuff. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring, 803-0550 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. Thinking about vision correction surgery, including LASIK, PRK, or EVO ICL, you can attend Sight Night. It's tomorrow, 6 p.m. at their Harlem Road location. They've got complimentary food and beverages. You can see a live LASIK procedure and hear from Bills player Alec Anderson. You can also win an autographed Bills football just for attending. No purchase necessary. You can attend Sight Night tomorrow at Atwell Eye Care's Harlem Road location. So, RSVP at atwelleye.com. That's atwelleye.com. And you're in. You'll get all the information you need, a presentation, a live LASIK procedure, a question and answer with the patient as well to see just how easy these procedures can be. Go to atwelleye.com to register. Find out if vision correction is right for you, which version of this is best for you, for your lifestyle. atwelleye.com to register. Atwell Eye Care is who I trust for my family and is official eye care of the Buffalo Bills.
All right, it is time for building a better Sabres strategy.
All right. As the war on drugs plays.
Yes, love the war on drugs.
Good Windows Down music.
Yes.
It's Windows Down.
You know what? I'm going to do war on drugs today.
It was Owen's pick. It's a great pick.
Building a better strategy presented by salesrebel.ai. Build better strategies. Visit salesrebel.ai today to learn more. I'm going to go with Isak Rozan on this. I kind of wrote him off because just, 4 years after you drafted a first-round pick, like, you're usually not going to be an NHLer. He's, like, in the running for AHL MVP. He's played 3 games for the Sabres this year. They had Brett Murray in the lineup the other night. In 10 games for the Sabres in 2 years, he's averaged .907 of ice time. So, like, are we just never going to look at this guy, even in these games that don't really matter to the standings? Or maybe he's not coming up because maybe they wanted to get him that MVP trophy down there. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean,
I'm not really thinking he's going to be an impact guy, but why not get a look at it? I guess is my point.
All right. I like the strategy.
Call him up and play him on the second line for the rest of the year. What are you going to lose? See if he's anything.
Maybe they're giving him the same treatment they're giving Devin Levi, which is it's better if you just play down there and are awesome.
Yeah, probably. But like, man, when you're in year 4, like, it's go time. Like,
it should.
2 years ago, I would be more on board with that. But you're 22 years old almost.
Yep.
So let's go.
Right.
Actually, no, he is 22.
Gonna break in Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast. I got a great stat of the day for you coming up on the PGA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, golf. I could bring this up later. The Masters stuff that you can order for your Masters parties. If you want to have,
maybe
man.
this is the year to do that.
I'm really thinking about it.
Yeah, let's look into that. I also have found Happy Gilmore 2 prop bets.
Nice.
So that's a good time. We're going to have some fun with that. But next, Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, coming up here on WGR.
Named finalist Car of the Year.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for the Roswell Park Donor Center. We got a great day on the way today. Spring is totally in the air today. And perfect time of the year to refresh and renew, but not just your surroundings, but your spirit too. And as we ride the roller coaster of weather into the summer, it's time to do something for your community. At Roswell Park's Donor Center, they are in need of blood and platelet donors. And just like the flowers blooming, your donation can bring new life and hope to local cancer patients. The process is super simple. Very easy to go through. You can play around on your phone while you're donating. It's in these big comfy chairs. They pay for your parking and everything. Each donation will offer strength to those that are battling for their lives. So this spring, give the gift of life. Donate blood or platelets at Roswell Park's Donor Center. Refresh your own sense of purpose and help renew hope for their patients. Please schedule your appointment today. You could either call the number at 1-800-ROSWELL or visit roswellpark.org/donate. The Roswell Park Donor Center, where hope blooms. The Bills have reworked the deal for Matt Milano. Matt Milano has 1 year removed from his contract, which means he'll be a free agent in 2026. He does take a $3 million pay cut, though, which he can earn back with incentives. And given his lower stats last year because of games missed, he's actually likely to make those incentives, but we'll see. The two sides agree, again, to eliminate that 1 year of the deal. Former Bills tight end Quentin Morris is visiting with the Detroit Lions. The Bills letting go of his rights a couple of weeks ago. The Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins, Josina Anderson reporting that, and that a third-round pick would be the likely compensation if the Falcons were to decide to trade him. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe has his pro day today. Had dinner with Steelers GM Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin yesterday. The Steelers picked at 21, and Tomlin's been rumored to like Milroe a lot. And they don't have a quarterback right now other than Mason Rudolph. Adam Schefter reports, speaking of one of the quarterbacks they've been in on, Aaron Rodgers likely would like to sign with the Vikings, but Schefter adds he doesn't think Minnesota will do it, and that a Rodgers decision will likely still take multiple weeks. College basketball, the first four getting rolling last night. North Carolina beats San Diego State 95-68. They'll be the 11 seed. Alabama State in the 16 seed play-in beats St. Francis with a Hail Mary play at the end to win it with under 2 seconds to go. St. Bonaventure falls in round one of the NIT, 75-56 to Kent State. Their season comes to an end. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I feel like in negotiations and talking, these guys, more than any other team, really felt like they really wanted me here, and it wasn't just throwing an offer just to, throw something out there. It felt like they really made an effort to get me here, and I'm happy I'm here. I was really nervous about making a decision. Had no idea what I wanted to do probably until 20 minutes before. It was a lot of contemplating between a lot of different things, a lot of different paths.
It's Joey Bosa explaining his decision to sign with the Bills. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's the Very Nice Day pregame show. We're getting into the Very Nice Day.
Yes, we are.
What do we have for temperature, Joe? We're going up to the 70s.
Yeah, but it's not there yet. I bet it's still in the 50s.
53.
Tom Pelissero just reported Vikings are rejecting trade calls on J.J. McCarthy. They also have no plans to pursue Aaron Rodgers. McCarthy's their QB1.
We'll get you Cam Hayward's thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. He had the quote of the day yesterday.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, joining us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, we're getting 70s here today. I'm sure where you are, you're getting that pretty routinely.
Yeah, we've been enjoying some nice weather here in Charlotte, and spent the weekend outside, picnic with my daughter. Then we went some cow adventure on Sunday. And I'll tell you what, the allergies are flaring up. So if the voice is a little goofy today, my apologies.
All right, we appreciate you battling through for us. Joe, let's start with the suspensions, the PED suspensions is what I should say. The news we got on Friday about the Bills, it's of course disappointing. It looks a certain way. From a roster standpoint, how much would you anticipate this changes things for the Bills, knowing that Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi are going to miss the first 6 games of the season?
Yeah, it's definitely a strange dynamic that the Bills are going to have to deal with early in the season. I think about getting ready for a season, and you're trying to get these new players up to speed, and then in week 1 they disappear, and you have to go forward with a materially different group with your front 7 for those first 6 games, and then ta-da, they're back, right? So it's a really strange dynamic for the team to have to navigate. But I will say, I don't think it impacts much of their draft plans. I think the Bills were still going to make a couple of early investments on defensive linemen. You think about the defensive tackle position. Ogunjobi and Daquan Jones are both expiring contracts for north of 30 players. Your only players under contract beyond this season are Ed Oliver and Dwayne Carter. On the edge, you've got expiring contracts in Bosa and A.J. Epinesa. And so I think the Bills, regardless of those suspensions, needed to make some early investments on defensive linemen. That way they can have some cost control players with some upside to kind of fill out that rotation, not just this year, but for years to come. So it's definitely a weird dynamic for the start of the season, but I do think the Bills will still make some investments in the draft for the reasons I just outlined.
Looking at both players, what they'll be missing, are you really worried about the skill set for either that they'll be without? Hoyt especially, because we would think early in the year would have been our first look at how the Bills are going to use him, and we'll have to wait till the middle of the season.
Well, yeah, and he's such a unique player that can offer so many different things. And I guess I was always pretty fascinated to see exactly how he would be incorporated into this defense, because the Bills are not a team that I think really moves guys around and likes to tap into versatility. And, you see Michael Hoyt play, he's off the edge, sometimes on the interior defensive line, a good amount of stack linebacker as well, in addition to being a 3-4 outside linebacker for the Rams. And so you start to forecast that to Buffalo, and you're I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm interested to find out. And that's certainly a really interesting wrinkle for the defense that you'd love to be able to hit the ground running with. And now it's more of, okay, what's the rhythm of the defense through 6 games? Is a rookie showing out? Is Javon Solomon really playing well? Things like that could really impact what you're going to do. Maybe the Bills have an injury, and it's the best thing in the world that these guys are coming back, right? So there's so many variables in play, and I guess the boring answer is I guess it's just going to play out and we'll find out. But it's certainly a unique player in Hoyt that was always interesting, and now I think it's even more complicated, interesting, exciting, weird, if you will, for his return eventually whenever that happens after 6 games.
Yeah, I wonder, Joe, if this is kind of an opportunity early for draft picks from last year, Carter and Solomon getting more run. And again, like you said, it depends. They could add guys between now and then that make this a moot point. But Carter especially, because that's a 3rd-round pick. And from what we've come to know about him, it wasn't a strong start to his career, and I don't know if he gets some runway early in the season and it doesn't go well, and then Ogunjobi comes back, he could find his way out of the picture, I feel pretty quickly.
Right. That's certainly possible, or the opposite's true, right, where we've seen a lot of players that struggle in year 1 for the Bills, and year 2 they take a big step, and maybe that's the case with Dwayne Carter, and I'm sure he feels that, right? I mean, he knows that he's got probably a 6-week window to really show himself, and if he plays well, I mean, he was going to have an opportunity to command a nice role for this defensive line rotation. I mean, at the end of the day, Ogunjobi is a 1-year player, and Dwayne Carter is the 2nd-year rookie that they've invested a top 100 pick in. That would be really helpful if he can materialize on the promise of what he showed at Duke as kind of a penetration style player. And I think that's where the disappointment comes. Is you're always a little concerned about the run defense, and that was an issue, but you thought he was going to be a redeeming player with his pass rush, his ability to kind of penetrate and get on the other side of the line of scrimmage, and you didn't see that with him as much frequency, and that was kind of the thing he can do. So big opportunity for him in those first 6 weeks to either claim a role or kind of be pushed to the side.
Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, we've talked a little this week about Christian Benford. The extensions got done, the Bills knocked down 3, and now the next 2 might be the tricky 2. It's probably no surprise to you. We take plenty of calls that say, don't worry about James Cook. But Benford, of course, is different. I mean, graded as a very good to great player at his position, due big money. That positions market is starting to catch up to receiver, which it probably should to some degree. We've seen $30 million for Derek Stingley. I wonder how you feel about Benford. Has he done enough to prove he's top blank, top 5, top 10? Is there any reason the Bills might want to just see another year of it, or put him in different positions to try and see just how good he is?
Well, I think it's a good call out on the direction of this corner market with the players you mentioned, and not, Trent McDuffie's due for a deal, Sauce Gardner's due for a deal. So that top is just going to keep going up. And I think really highly of Christian Benford. I think he's been every bit of a top 5 corner over the last 2 seasons in the NFL. I thought he really proved himself in his 2nd season, and I think he validated that last year. I really don't have any questions about the player, the skill set, the impact, what he can do. I think he's an upper echelon NFL starting corner that's young, that, is so versatile with, he can play off-man coverage, press, zone. He can do it all, and he tackles. I think he's missed 2 tackles over the last 3 seasons. He very much limits receivers. So many games of just nothing allowed. So he's an upper echelon number 1 corner in the league, and I think he wants to get paid like that. And I wonder just if the holdup is probably just being far apart on what that contract looks like in terms of money, right? Where the Bills, I think, with all the players they've been able to extend, it feels like it comes in lower than where the the projections go. And I think that's probably Brandon Beane's angle, is to kind of say, hey, we keep you here for a long time. This is what we can do. And if that number is not close, I think you see what's happening with James Cook, where he came out and said, we're not on the same page. Tremaine Edmonds, they couldn't get on the same page. So we'll see where Benford settles. But I think a lot about Spencer Brown. Spencer Brown last year signed that deal that pays him $18.5 million a season. And if the most important thing to Spencer Brown was money, he made a mistake. Because if he hit the open market after the season that he had, he's going to be a $25 million a year tackle without question. I mean, without question. And maybe Christian Benford sees the same thing. He's like, yeah, I could probably take this right now, and he'd be handsomely paid. But if the most important thing for him is money, which every player has different priorities, then he might not want to leave much on the table. So I'm guessing they're not close on money, and that's why it hasn't come to fruition yet. And obviously Christian Benford has to agree to it. He might want to bet on himself and go out there and have another big-time year. And if that happens, I mean, he's going to get all the money. And maybe the Bills are not necessarily ready to give him that.
Yeah, you might wonder for Benford how much fear or concern he'd have over injury. I mean, he's battled concussions, right? He's had some injuries over the years. So
two in the last 2 games.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, he's had that. I mean, he had a hand fracture, if I'm not mistaken, an oblique injury. He's definitely had stuff to be mindful of. And I think the disappointing thing is, I think every one of his seasons, it's come late in the year, like season-ending injury as a rookie. Then, of course, he gets injured in the playoffs and he misses the Kansas City game in 23. And last year, of course, the concussion that, maybe that AFC Championship game is different if he's available. Kyrie Elam's not out there getting twisted up in coverage. So, yeah, those injuries have happened, and they've not been timely, and I'm sure that's a big leverage point for the Bills in these negotiations.
Joe, how would you compare him to Trey White? Because Bills fans, I feel like, not that anyone's doubting Benford, but we saw the Bills had an elite corner for a while, and that went great. Trey White was a fan favorite, of course. How does Benford stack up against Trey White?
Well, I think Christian Benford's got a lot more physicality to his game. The tackling piece is just astronomically better than Trey White, but I think with Trey White, you could not think about the clutch takeaways, right? Like fourth quarter, big moment. The dude took away the football. And I think Benford's got good ball skills. He's really good at stripping the ball. But Trey White, those timely takeaways, he definitely wasn't the tackler. He wasn't the physical player. I don't think he's nearly as athletically dynamic as Benford, but those clutch takeaways really, I thought, separated Trey White not only from Benford, but like from the rest of the pack. That was one of my big talking points when they signed into that deal, right? And it was all those other players. Lattimore was up and Humphrey was up and all these players at the same time. And I was like, Trey White takes away the football in big moments. And I thought that's a big separating factor with Trey.
The whole picture right now at corner, Joe, they've added Dane Jackson back. We just talked about even Benford's injury risk that he carries, and the other spot seems pretty open right now. So what do you think their desperation level is right now at corner? And even maybe, that could change. Would you think there's room for another veteran before we even get to the draft?
Yeah, I do. I think that the Bills, even Brandon Beane, after signing Dane Jackson, he came out and said, we're thin at the position. I don't think anyone's acting like Dane Jackson is the savior to the position group. But I think one thing that's generally happened with the Bills over the last several years is their cornerback depth has absolutely been stressed. Dane Jackson was never a preferred starter for the Bills. He started 28 games over 4 seasons, right? Like, they've had to use him a ton. Kyrie almost had to play a good amount. And so I think it's very important to have depth in place. Now, I think the Bills did a good job of finding a floor with bringing in Dane Jackson, but I think they need to find some ceiling, and that's why I'm expecting, probably an early investment with a draft pick to get a player that not only gives them more ceiling and upside, but, as you're about to potentially pay Christian Benford a big-time contract, you're going to want a cost-control player that's, secure for multiple years. I think you accomplish that with a draft pick. So Dane Jackson gives them somewhat of a floor, but they need more ceiling than Dane Jackson at that CB2 spot.
Is this like Brandon Beane's revenge? As you say, it's all stressed there. It's likely because of the miss on Elam, and they paid the price for that over years. And now corner is right again at the top of their list of needs. If we're looking at the draft, how many tiers are there, Joe? Are there 4 first-round guys? Would you say there are 3 or 4 and then a next set of 3 or 4? At the 30th pick, what can the Bills expect in the corner department, and might they have to move one way or another?
I think the Bills are going to be in good shape to get a corner late in the first round if that's what they want to do. I really like this corner class. I don't think, Travis Hunter and Will Johnson, I think those guys are going top 12, top 15. But whether it's Jahdae Barron from Texas, Trey Amos from Ole Miss, Azaria Thomas, Florida State, Siobhan Revel from East Carolina, I think the Bills are going to have options. Darian Porter from Iowa State. There's a lot of Billsy corners that make sense, kind of in that exact range with where the Bills are picking. And so I think they're in a good position to, nobody wants to go into a draft declaring to the world that you need a certain thing. But I think the Bills will probably be okay. And if they want to move up, they can. I think that's kind of the benefit of the 10 draft picks that they have and no chance to roster 10 rookies is, all right, go get your players. And maybe that's a trade up from 30. Maybe that's a trade up into the third round, right? You got a couple of fourth-round picks, a bunch of fifth-round picks, package some of that and get back into the top 100 or move up from 56 or 60. So I think they're going to have a lot of different options and with moving around the board, but I do think that there's plenty of corners that are, that'll be available. They won't like them all, right? I know you come up with a list of names and there could be a number of reasons that any guy would be disqualified, but I think the Bills will be in good shape to find a corner they like early on.
Do you feel like if they do that, or even like second round corner, like I think we're all expecting there'll be some investment in it, that's a position for them where they're good with just a rookie coming right in and not being given the job, but having, a lot of opportunity to start the year. We heard a lot about safety last year, how they like guys that have been in the system multiple years, know what they're doing. And if you look back, Joe, on McDermott's history, even Elam is like almost the anomaly. Every other corner, even guys that went in that they picked like Benford in the 6th round, the 7th round, oftentimes feel like they're pretty capable right away for this team at that position.
Yeah, I think they got a good eye for it. I think in that tweet that you put out, I thought it highlighted a lot of like just top to bottom, like no matter where they get these corners, they play and they stick around for a while in the league. So, hopefully that's an advantage that the Bills can have in identifying the right corner to go after, because I think there's a good chance that they're going to want him to start. And, it's going to come down to beating out Dane Jackson, and hopefully that can happen. And I think that player will be given every opportunity. I think safety is fundamentally different than corner. I mean, I think Bean came out and said, like, it would be hard for a safety to start for this team. But I think there's so much more on their plate. They're communicators. They play a whole lot more. Like, these corners for the Bills, they just play a side. These safeties are playing all over the place, in the box, in the slot, deep post. They're spinning and disguising coverages. That's night and day from what a corner's asked to do. So I think it's a lot more palatable for a corner to come in and play right away than a safety for this defense.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting as well. Joe, we'll cut you loose early. We know you're battling through the voice. You sound great, but want to give you a little bit of time to get rid of those allergies. So thanks again for joining us. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
thanks,
Joe Marino. Be sure to subscribe to the Locked On Bills podcast and Locked On NFL Scouting. We'll keep talking to Joe each week leading up to the draft and get closer and closer.
Are the Vikings dumb at all for just going with McCarthy?
No. I can't believe they won't shut down the Rodgers thing more.
Well, they finally did.
They finally did? Okay, good.
They just did. I think Pelissero now, Garofalo, they're all on, like, they are moving forward with McCarthy. Rodgers is not, like, on the table for them at all.
Okay, good. Cam Hayward. More people need the energy of Cam Hayward in the NFL. Steelers defensive lineman Cam Hayward said of the Rodgers stuff, I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back. Cam Hayward. Yeah, figure it out, dude.
Yeah. And I think figure it out is pick one, Pittsburgh or New York.
Sure.
Come on. Giants and Steelers. You've got two teams that seem to want you, and he's playing this game with, I want to go to Minnesota. He wants to live the Favre life.
Both those teams might be Joe Milton candidates, too.
I do understand why he would want to go to Minnesota.
Because they're a ready-made team.
They are. If he, from his standpoint, I would think, I go to Minnesota. Look what Sam Darnold just did with that team. I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm a contender immediately if I go to Minnesota. I've got the best receiver in football. I've got an amazing coach. They just spent all this money on defense. So I get why he would want to go to Minnesota. But I think the Vikings are also smart for not choosing him. I just think they're taking on a huge risk with a guy that can't stay healthy, going back to college, and was a polarizing prospect in the first place, and that's it. their whole plan is that guy, I think that's really risky for them when they have a roster that's ready to win the Super Bowl right now.
Well, Andrew Filipponi just tweeted out a Photoshop picture of Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers jersey and said it's only a matter of time. Sometimes Andrew has his sources. Pelissero also tweeted about the Steelers. Pittsburgh, which continues to explore all options at the quarterback position, owns the number 21 pick in the draft and suggests that in a tweet about Jalen Milroe, who is not ever, I've seen, be considered a first-round pick.
Except for Pittsburgh.
Except for Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh and Tomlin loves him, and that's been out there for a few weeks.
Okay.
Pelissero's also talking about, I guess I'm reading quotes from him right now on NFL Network, that he's talking right now about if Rodgers goes elsewhere, like Mason Rudolph has a real chance to be the Steelers' opening day quarterback. Which, man, it'd be funny. Their inability to land a quarterback this summer, it would just go to show this is what you do when you win 9 games every year. You're going to have a hard time finding your way to a good quarterback.
But does landing Rodgers count as having a quarterback?
More so than Mason Rudolph, but even still, no. It should not fully. It shouldn't. But it would. They'd talk themselves into it, right? Pittsburgh would talk themselves into, he wasn't actually as bad with the Jets as it was made out to be, and we've got Metcalf, and Tomlin, we'll get him under control, even though that never happens with any player ever, and they'll sell themselves on Rodgers. If you're a Steelers fan and Mason Rudolph is your quarterback, there's no sales pitch.
No, that's right.
There's no convincing yourself of anything. He's your quarterback.
Looking at their opponents next year, how many if they get Rodgers, they're the favorites to get Rodgers now that the Vikings are out. How many games they win? They have their division, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore. They win 3 maybe.
Of those?
Yeah. 4 optimistically, but 3 maybe.
Yeah, 3. They always seem to win more than they should, but sure 3.
Their out of division is Detroit, the Chargers, the AFC East, so it's the Bills, the Patriots, Jets, and Dolphins.
Okay.
The Packers, the Vikings, the Colts, and the Seahawks.
That's pretty tough. Other than
9 and 8.
The easiest part of that might be the AFC East part.
Right. Why even look? It's 9 and 8.
9 and 8.
Pencil them in.
8-9 wins. Well, I'm waiting. It's gonna happen. And man, if Rudolph is their quarterback, or even I don't know about Milroe. I haven't formed an opinion on him yet. But especially like Rudolph is their quarterback, they just find themselves to nobody. There's a New England season coming. New England under Belichick year after year was, they'll get to 9-10 wins because they have Belichick. Like automatic. They're not going to implode. And then what happened? They imploded and they went to the bottom. That's going to happen to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like there is a year where they're not going to win 8-9 games automatic because logic is going to dictate that the team's actually not that good, and they aren't going to get breaks like they do sometimes and blocked field goals for touchdowns like they did against the Bills multiple times. No, they're going to have a year where they get all the breaks against them and they win 4 games. And especially if Mason Rudolph's their quarterback, I'm going to want that. I'm going to think that's coming this year.
Well, if Rudolph's their quarterback, they're going to be desperate and draft one for sure. Rodgers to Pittsburgh, maybe. Ongoing dialogue, according to Pelissero. 803-0550, have a stat of the day when we get back. Also, we have to tell you, we had the Ovechkin goal chase, and what the NHL has proudly announced, this league is unintentionally hilarious. You kind of can't even believe the things that this league does and acts like they're doing a good thing. So we'll get you the story on that. Chris Johnston of The Athletic has how the league will plan to operate on Ovechkin's his history-making, record-breaking goal. What happens when it gets scored? Get ready.
The Bills and Matt Milano agreeing on a reworked contract, $3 million pay cut for Milano, but he can earn that back with incentives this season. Also, they eliminate 1 year of Milano's contract. That does mean that Milano will be a free agent after the year in 2026, unless, of course, the Bills and he agreed to an extension at some point before that. Falcons are getting calls on Kirk Cousins. Third-round pick is the likely compensation if they were to trade him. That's according to Josina Anderson. Some reporting on Aaron Rodgers and the Vikings in the last few minutes. Tom Pelissero says the Vikings are not going in on Rodgers at all and that they are moving forward with J.J. McCarthy as their quarterback and their only starting quarterback going into the offseason. College basketball. Last night was the beginning of the first four. North Carolina beats San Diego State bad, 95-68. That was the 11-seed play-in. In the 16-seed play-in, Alabama State wins on a last-second layup, 70-68 over St. Francis. And in the NIT, St. Bonaventure falls at home by 19 points to Kent State. Their season comes to an end. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Ovechkin on the intercept with Dubois. Back to the point. Faravari. Deflection try. Ovechkin. It scores! A tip in for the Great Eights. The chase continues.
Ovechkin did not score last night, but we're going to talk about the chase to catch Wayne Gretzky because there's a story about what the NHL is going to do when he's one goal away.
Mm-hmm.
And it is unintentionally hilarious. You know, maybe you have a friend that is so close to figuring something out. You're having an argument with somebody, and they're arguing with you still. But they have all the right points, and they just can't quite get to the destination they got to get to. And that is the NHL and this story. So Chris Johnson of The Athletic has a piece up about what the NHL is going to do with this Ovechkin chase. And, of course, needless to say, it's a big moment, right? We have kind of joked about the idea, what happens if it's offside? What if they challenge for offside? We saw a couple weeks ago, last week, Nathan McKinnon's 1,000th point. Everybody comes off the bench and celebrates. It's called back on offside.
Yep.
It was challenged and called back hilariously. So this is a bigger moment. It's not just 1,000 points. The all-time leader in goals. And Colin Campbell is who's quoted a lot in this article with Chris Johnston.
Which I forgot he's still in a position of power in the NHL.
Yeah.
How old is Colin Campbell at this point? He's got to be in his 80s, right?
Ooh, good question.
Still running things?
Yeah. Pretty old.
I mean, it's wild.
So the headline is, what if Ovechkin's record setter gets challenged? The NHL Situation Room is ready with fingers crossed. And there's a number of things in here that are just incredible. Now, full disclosure, I come to you humbly as a person that thinks the NHL offside challenge is the single worst thing that's ever happened to all of sports. I think it is the worst thing of all time. It has ruined a sport. I do go that far. I think it is that terrible. So, couple notes. Goals are being challenged for review at a higher rate than ever this season. Great. Great, everybody. We're doing great. That's a great starter. Thanks to that. Colin Campbell, we're going to treat it like any other goal. Nothing special. It's hard to protect yourself against passion, though. There'll be a lot of noise. So,
yep.
They go on to say there was a scene last year in the PWHL Championship, which is the Professional Women's League. Minnesota had the cup-clinching goal in double overtime. Turned over on goaltender interference.
Yep.
And they lost, and then they wound up losing and won the next day. But that's like a cup-winning goal reviewed. Great. But here's the part for me, Joe, that drives me nuts. Colin Campbell. I've said to Gary Bettman, I worried more than anything all day long about the final game of the Four Nations. That event had created so much passion and attention. People weren't going to look at the result and say it's right or wrong. They're just going to say the NHL screwed up on that because of the passion that's involved. He goes on to say, I feel the same pressure in the playoffs. Game 7 last year with Florida and Edmonton, you just say, just please, no reviews.
Mm-hmm.
We have the two most important people in running the sport discussing how the worst thing that could happen is review.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. And we're still here.
Yeah.
We're ready for the review.
Or you could just, if you're begging, please no reviews, you could just decide to not
stop reviewing. Just stop reviewing offside. Furthermore in this article, further on, the NHL's made the determination, and this is the part that is, I just beg, I dare you, find a dumber sports league. The NHL's made the determination its hockey operations department will take the lead whenever Ovechkin finds himself one goal away. That means none of the production elements or special plans will be unfurled until the window passes where an opponent can challenge his potential record breaker, and Campbell's team has indicated it's a good goal. The man is going to break the all-time record for goals scored.
Right.
And the NHL's solution for this is to not do anything until Toronto confirms it's a good goal. It's not even being challenged yet. They're challenging it themselves. They're going to preemptively challenge this goal.
Right.
What?
Well, doesn't he also kind of make it sound like they're going to allow enough time to the opponent challenge window passes? So what's going to happen? He's going to score,
and
then everyone's. Let's say it's not going to happen against the Sabres because he doesn't have enough time now. But let's say it happens against the Sabres. He scores. Now, does everyone look at Lindy Ruff? Like, what do you? Because he's got the monitor at his feet. Is everyone staring at the? And then they'll celebrate once Lindy gives the thumbs up.
I don't even know if it's that. I guess it must be. Because a coach challenges, and then they do the review in the building. This says
they go over to the monitor.
This says Colin Campbell's team is the one that will indicate that it's a good goal.
Okay, so maybe they're taking it away from the coaches.
And they're going to Toronto for
that,
this.
Though, is doing it differently. And he said that we're treating it like any other goal.
That is doing it differently. And again, I guess the production elements, no dropping of banners or confetti.
I think you're probably going to see Gretzky come out on the ice.
He will score this goal, and we will wait 30 seconds, and then, hit the confetti.
Mm-hmm.
They are so close to realizing the damage that they've done to this sport with this stupid challenge that nobody ever wanted.
Did you already have this as a let's get stupid to sacrifice the Ovechkin goal moment in order to get the challenge eliminated?
I would sacrifice a Sabres season to get rid of it. I got 1 million of those on the pile.
But
I can't tell you what I wouldn't give up.
Have it ruined, have the moment ruined enough that everyone, every owner, every GM, the second it happens, go, we got to get rid of this.
I hope he scores 6 in a row that get called back on offside on reviews by millimeters. 6. How many do you want? 60. I hope he scores 60 in a row. If it means it would go away.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
So now, really, I'm kind of hoping that he does score like an empty net goal from his own end, because then you eliminate all chance of a challenge. I think you can't challenge offside if he hasn't entered the zone.
True.
And you can't challenge goaltender interference if there's no goalie. So maybe the best thing to happen will actually be like he scores an empty net goal from his own zone or the neutral zone. Although then, are we going to get review for the puck touched the netting 30 seconds before?
Right.
Or
was it played with a high stick in the corner?
Played with a high stick. Can we review glove passes? I think it nicked off of Tom Wilson's glove before it got to Ovechkin.
Can you even believe it?
Oh, of course.
He's going to break the all-time record of scoring goals, and we're going to wait for the period of time where a challenge could be made to pass, and then we will indicate it is a good goal. And at that point, the passion will be allowed to flow, and the moment will be celebrated.
What probably will end up happening, I bet, is you're going to have what happened with McKinnon before any of the NHL production stuff. You're going to have – he's going to score, and all the Capitals are going to rush out on the ice. And while they're doing that, that's when they're going to be checking the goal. So on like the broadcast, I bet there'll be no attention paid to it. And in the 30 seconds that they're celebrating with teammates, that's when they're gonna be reviewing it. And then once they've kind of unsettled, then okay, here comes Gretzky and here comes Bettman, and here comes the confetti. Or here comes a review.
Challenge.
Because it could be a review.
I guess the best thing that could happen is Ovechkin does not get it this year, and in the offseason, they talk about it and say, let's get rid of it.
But they're not going to.
Oh, I know. They're not going to get rid of it.
That's not going to happen.
I know. How about the fact that there are more challenges than ever? Do they see that as a problem?
Well, Colin Campbell kind of talks like he might, but he doesn't care.
They put
they think they need it.
You now get a penalty for challenging wrong, and there are still more challenges than ever.
Right.
Which means, among other things...
Right, Lindy challenged something last week that had no shot of winning, and that was one of those where he got a penalty, which I don't even know. What is it? Is it goaltender interference is a penalty and offside isn't?
I think
that's true.
Offside's definitely a penalty if it's wrong. Offside.
I thought that was just goalie interference is the penalty if you're wrong.
Well, the point is...
Whatever. Why was it different in the first place?
Right. It's incredible. Yeah. The NHL, folks. All right, when we get back, it's Worst Call Wednesday. How about that? I could have used that for Worst Call Wednesday, but it is not. I had something else saved for Worst Call Wednesday.
Clarity on that. When they first introduced it, goalie interference was a penalty if you got it wrong. Offside wasn't. Last year they changed that, so now it's the same.
Okay.
But there was a time where one of the challenges was a penalty and the other wasn't.
Well, again,
how do we come to that conclusion?
The fact that there are more challenges than ever. Okay, now it's probably because there's no challenge for goaltender. That's why there's no penalty for goaltender interference, and I just challenge all the time on that.
No, there is on that too.
There is on both.
Yeah,
okay,
so they're just doing it.
They're doing it anyway.
They're doing it anyway.
Okay, you got to up the penalty. The penalty is you're fired. That's it. If you get it wrong, you're fired. I'll accept that. A coach will be fired if you challenge. That's it.
You're at least ejected from the game.
Yes.
You got to go.
You're suspended for a month. I'll accept the offside challenge under that circumstance. You better be right. You better be it better be so bad that you're willing to lose your job. All right, Worst Call Wednesday coming up.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
High of 75-ish today. We're playing some summertime music because it's going to be nice out. It is nice out. What are we looking at right now? 56, Joe. See? You wish you wore shorts now.
Climbing.
All right, Worst Call Wednesday from the world of golf.
Okay.
Phil Mickelson made one of the worst calls here.
Mm-hmm.
He claimed that Joaquin Niemann is the world's best player. He won a LIV event, and I don't know, like the LIV team's like, wow, is Joaquin Niemann a top 5 player? And Mickelson said, top 5, try number 1. No, he's not the best player in the world. He has played in 16 major championships. Scotty Scheffler has played in 16 major championships. I saw someone else put all this together. Scheffler's 15-1 in finishing position and 130 strokes better in those tournaments. So, no, Joaquin Niemann's not the best player in the world. He is very good. I also had this.
Yeah, I was reading a Golf Digest article during the break, like, where should he be ranked?
Right.
Like, where would he likely be ranked? Because
8th?
The last time he was on the PGA Tour, he was 24 years old. So that's pretty young for the Tour. He's 26 now. And they're like, most optimistically, even if he progresses into his mid-20s the way other guys do, you're talking about like a top 20 player.
Okay.
But not top 10 or top 5 or certainly not number 1. Like, not even close to number 1.
Worst Call Wednesday brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. That's the worst call on the course there. Phil saying that Niemann was the number 1 player.
Yeah,
one of the worst calls you can make is to skip your recommended cancer screenings. To learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines, visit roswellpark.org/screening. I'm going to roll that right into the stat of the day and a quick little golf take before we get to Sam Monson on NFL stuff and the Bengals and their big decision to pay both Chase and Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
So stat of the day is that on the ratings this last weekend, the PGA Tour outdrew LIV in the ratings at a ratio of 100 to 1. I mean, it's Sawgrass. It's 100 to 1. For every one LIV viewer, there were 100 PGA Tour viewers. And this is a great example or a great week to point out one thing that LIV did not get. They got a bunch of great players, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have a format, without even making it about morality or politics. You know the thing that LIV never got? A single course I care about.
Yeah. I'll say they even got the TV deal finally, right? Like,
sure.
They're on Fox Sports 1 or whatever.
They never,
yeah.
I couldn't tell you a single course that they play that I care about.
Right.
Ask me to name the 10 best courses that I'd like to watch be played. Sawgrass on the list. Sawgrass is a star. LIV can't sign Sawgrass.
Nope.
LIV can't sign Pebble. I mean, maybe they go to Pebble. I don't even know.
Harbour Town and,
Augusta.
Obviously Augusta.
Torrey Pines.
Oakmont.
It doesn't even cross my mind to ever look what's happening over there. So, when the unification happens, if it ever does, the stars come back. Like,
yeah.
You never signed.
Yeah, like,
you didn't get a course that matters. I never know where you're playing. I never care. And why is the players such a big draw? It's because of the tour. But the course is the biggest star. And it was again this week. I mean, Rory's playing it against J.J. Spawn. The playoff, those final 3 holes. Like, it's one thing LIV couldn't get is a course that I care about.
Yeah, right. Like, the Grange Golf Club in Australia.
I'm sure these are nice places, but
Sentosa Golf Club in Singapore is where they played this past weekend. That versus Sawgrass.
Yeah,
right, like, I'm sure it's a nice course, but
sure it's beautiful.
But it's not like an iconic course.
No. So anyway, there you go. There's your stat of the day. Brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential electricians, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Sam Monson on the other side. Talk to us about NFL free agency, maybe the Rodgers to the Steelers, or what happens with the fallout there. He's got some stuff on the quarterbacks. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders posted a little bit ago. He does the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo. We're also going to talk. I want to get into about the Bengals because I know Sam's big on the Bengals and what the future looks like paying those big 3. So we'll chat about it with Sam Monson coming up here on WGR.
best results. Happy clients. Call Jed now. 839-3939 or call Jed.com. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550.
Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about your next pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront has, well, lots of options. You can either go to Riverfront, take a look at what they've got on the lot. You can go to riverfrontautosales.com. You can do it by going to the lot, by going online. You can also call Marty Sr., Marty Jr., have them look for something for you, and they'll go track it down like they have for me. And this month at Riverfront, you're saving money in a lot of ways. One, if you decide to go with a pre-owned vehicle, sometimes you can get one from Riverfront that still has a factory warranty. So you've got lots of peace of mind, lots of miles left on that vehicle, and you've saved tens of thousands of dollars by not going new. By letting someone else pay for that depreciation, you reap the benefits. Also, this month, you bring a down payment to Riverfront, they will match it. So $500, they match. Now you have $1,000 towards that next vehicle. If you bring $1,000, they'll match it. Now you've got $2,000 towards the purchase of your next vehicle. Give them a ring, 886-1626. Set up a meeting with Marty. Get your next vehicle. If it's something specific you want, they'll find it for you. And again, tax return season, whatever you do to bring that down payment there, they will match it up to $2,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront Auto Sales.
The Bills and Matt Milano agreeing to a reworked contract, takes a $3 million pay cut, keep some cap space open for the Bills. He can earn that back, though, with incentives. And they agree to take a year off his contract, so he'll be a free agent in 2026 after all the injuries, only playing 9 games in the last 2 years. Elsewhere around the NFL, Tom Pelissero reporting in the last hour, as well as other reporters, that the Vikings are not going to be in on Aaron Rodgers. They're moving forward with J.J. McCarthy as their quarterback one, so it looks like it's back to Steelers or Giants at this point for Aaron Rodgers services. The NCAA tournament got started last night. The first 4 did, at least. North Carolina beats San Diego State 95-68 in the 11-seed play-in. In the 16-seed play-in, Alabama State with a Hail Mary pass to win with 1 second to go over St. Francis. They'll be the 16. And in local hoops, St. Bonaventure loses in the first round of the NIT at home by 19 points to Kent State. Their season comes to an end. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
For me, yeah, just because I know, like, I really was not trying to let T go. For me, it's hard when you out there and T not out there, you know what I'm saying? T out there it makes my job easier. I make his job easier. We make the running back's job easier. So the whole game slows down for me. It gets easier for some people. So he's just a big help.
It's Jamar Chase on T. Higgins. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday.
He also said the food in Cincinnati, or what he said. He said we need to work on the food here. In Cincinnati.
Did you like Skyline Chili?
I mean, I personally don't know another thing they're known for.
Sam Monson on the Western Hotline. Sam would know. Sam, does Cincinnati need to work on its food?
So that's the problem right there, right? Is you said, do they need to work on the food? And then it's like, well, nobody likes Skyline Chili. Now, if that's what we're talking about as the food in Cincinnati, then yes, they need to work on the food because nobody should be eating Skyline Chili. I've long since given up on the idea that they may become a sponsor of our show one day. I think we've written off the Skyline sponsorship. It's bad. And if that's representative of Cincinnati food, it definitely needs an upgrade. But there's a lot of good food in Cincinnati. So, it depends which way you look at it. What it's known for, definitely problem. The kind of behind the lower scene stuff, the individual mom and pop type stores, the little boutique places. There's some good food in Cincinnati.
Yeah. I've had some. I have a few stops in Cincinnati. One was post-Kentucky Derby winnings. We went out to a nice dinner, spent everything we won on food, and it was, I've got nothing but good things to say about Cincinnati. So, there's definitely some good stuff there. Sam joining us on the Western Hotline, a co-host of the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo, and we check in from time to time. Sam, I want to talk about a bunch of things, but I do want to talk about the Bengals here. I know you've got a lot to say on the Bengals and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and I am very much of the belief that the Bengals definitely can win paying these 3 guys like this and, exploding salaries and how you build your team. The Bengals throw it a lot. This is their path to success. I wonder, are you bullish on this build for them, or are they going to be some cautionary tale about spending too much in one spot?
It's certainly interesting. It's not the conventional way of doing things, but I don't think it's obviously crazy. I mean, this is... people always treat these things as like, well, that's clearly a ridiculous way of allocating resources. But nobody would complain if, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase should absolutely be, some of the highest paid players of their position. So really all we're saying or all we're complaining about in that scenario is paying T. Higgins as well. And the T. Higgins contract, I think, is actually a lot less than I expected him to sign for, given the receiver market right now. I expected T. Higgins to be pushing north of $30 million a year. So for them to get him under that number, particularly when you factor in they're represented by the same agent. Like, that's the other element in this, that T. Higgins and Jamar Chase have the same representation, and that may have been a significant hurdle in moving on from either one of them, that this was like a package deal. No Jamar Chase deal without a T. Higgins contract as well. When you put that in mind, I think this is a reasonable place to spend the money. It's not like they have deliberately, not paid, say, an elite left tackle or an elite cornerback or, one of these other spots to make this happen. the money has gone more or less where you would put the money on this roster. Number one quarterback, number one wide receiver. Trey Hendrickson is angling for a deal, and that will, I think, change the outlook. Like if this costs them Trey Hendrickson, if they decide we can't pay him, we're going to move on from him somehow, then maybe it's a different conversation. But right now, they can still give Trey Hendrickson more money, even with these deals being done. And Burrow is putting pressure on the organization to make it happen. We know this works. It's a great trio to have. I don't think it's a problematic allocation of resources. I think with the way the salary cap is going up year on year, this is not a trio. This is not an allocation of money that is going to cripple the rest of the roster.
I wonder if the reaction would have been more positive for some, Sam, too, had they just squeaked in last year, like what it would be. And that was with a bad defense. With a bad defense, I was looking at this yesterday, they lose in overtime to Baltimore. They lose on a 2-point conversion to Baltimore. They lose to the Chiefs on a flag at the end that was on a 4th down. You just turn over one of those results, and I think maybe you'd have more evidence, or you would feel like you have more evidence that, even if the defense is bad, they're still going to be okay.
Yeah, and, forget those results. You can argue that the one game that cost them the playoffs was the one game the offense didn't show up in Week 1 against the Patriots. That game, because weird things happen in Week 1, we came out of that game going, wow, maybe the Patriots are better than we thought they were going to be going into the season. And it turned out, no, they weren't. They were actually as terrible as everybody expected them to be. It's just that one game in that season, the Bengals offense didn't show up, and they lost that game because of it. They, had a turnover down by the goal line, but like that game, any game in their season cost them the postseason. They were right on the cusp, but you can basically make the case that the one game that trio did not perform was the game that cost them the postseason. So I agree. I think if they had made the playoffs, and we'd be talking about this much more like, the Peyton Manning Indianapolis Colts. Like, they have a great offense and a bad defense, and that's what this team's going to be. And sure, the defense is a problem, but not to the point where you go and get rid of Marvin Harrison or get rid of Reggie Wayne. Like, this is just the dynamic right now.
It's also the fact that Higgins and Chase both stay. It falls in line with Sam in offseason where, I don't know, if there's 10 big moves that could happen in terms of player movement, feels like only one of the 10 happened, right? Garrett stayed put, and Crosby stayed put. And we'll see about Trey Hendrickson, but the latest is he might actually stay. Metcalf did get moved. Like, that's the one, DK Metcalf, leading to a lot of what's going on in Seattle and also what's going on in Pittsburgh. The Steelers are an interesting case study in how to keep things, I don't know, exactly the same, keep them afloat. We'll see what they do at quarterback. How did you like the price for Metcalf that was traded away and the contract for him?
Yeah, I think the contract is fair. It's a kind of demonstration that he's not seen as that true, top of the market, number one elite wide receiver. He's not in the Jamar Chase conversation, not in the Justin Jefferson conversation. He's a notable step down from that, but he's still a number one receiver for teams. So I think it's the right kind of area for his contract to land in. His physical tools are dominant. What he's good at, he's really good at, but he isn't the all-around threat that those other guys are, and a guy that can work in any system, in any situation, at any level of the field. So I think the contract was pretty much right where it should have been. I think the trade compensation was pretty reasonable for him. It's interesting. Like, Seattle are maybe the most interesting team in the NFL this offseason because they are voluntarily opting into this kind of turmoil and upheaval that most teams desperately try to avoid. They've traded away DK Metcalf. They traded away Geno Smith before they had a replacement for him. They didn't sort of get something in place and then decide it's okay to move on from him. They got rid of him and then were sort of like, we need Sam Darnold, otherwise we're in real trouble. So the Seahawks have been a fascinating team this offseason.
Looking at, by the way, on Seattle very quickly, the Darnold signing and that team's weaknesses, like, their line's been bad as of late. And I don't know, is that going to work, Sam? Because we saw him at the end of the year in Minnesota when he couldn't get any protection. It completely fell apart.
Yeah, they desperately need to improve the interior of that offensive line, which was true this time a year ago, which was true heading into the offseason. It's been true for a while for the Seahawks. Whether or not Geno Smith was going to be the quarterback, that was their biggest offseason priority. Now, they then created priorities ahead of that in the offseason by trading away Geno Smith and then DK Metcalf, but it remains the priority for that team. Darnold, I think, will be a significantly more vulnerable quarterback to those problems than Geno Smith was within that offense, but it was still a problem for Geno Smith. So, they're in a weird spot because they've kind of openly said, we don't spend those top draft picks on interior offensive linemen. We don't think they're worth that spot. We think we can get them later on, and that's fine. But now for a couple of years, that has been the glaring weakness on this roster. And at some point, you're kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face by not just drafting one of those guys in the first round and solving one of those problem spots.
So, Sam, to the Bills a little bit here. We just kind of went through the Metcalf deal with you, and he's the one big-name player that got moved. I entered this offseason wanting to see the Bills add an elite player somewhere on the roster. They've got a lot of good players, but not a lot of top-level players. And, again, none of them really moved. So how much does that play into their offseason for you, where they've made a few signings? Bosa's a big name at this point. Maybe, there's the injury risk, but their whole offseason, how does it look to you, for given what their opportunities were?
Yeah, it's a pretty quiet offseason, and the biggest moves they've made have been the internal ones. It's been, Josh Allen's new contract, Gregory Rousseau's new contract, Khalil Shakir getting locked up to a deal. It's been retaining their own players and spending on their own individual roster guys, and that, I think, generally speaks to how well put together this team is right now. That they don't have to do anything crazy, they don't have to make splash plays, and free agency has sort of ceased to become an avenue for that now. It's not where you go and get those splash plays. That's why, the biggest move we can think of is the one that required a trade to make happen. The two of them, really, the Geno Smith and DK Metcalf moves. Teams are not letting those top difference-making players hit the open market, and when they do, it requires massive money to make that happen. So the fact that Buffalo hasn't made a ton of these splash plays, I think, just speaks to this team is in a good place. It's in a better place, I think, than it was a year ago when it felt like a bit of a sort of roster reset year, and actually they still ended up, picking up where they left off, and we didn't see any kind of decline or any kind of drop back from this team. And I think now they're in a position of just, look, they're going to be contenders year on year. As long as you've got Josh Allen and a pretty healthy roster around him, you are going to be at the business end of the season every single year. And I think one of the most difficult things in football to do is evaluate what that means after every single season. If you don't make it to the Super Bowl, if you don't win a Super Bowl, what is the takeaway from that season? Do you say, well, this has happened a couple of years now, something needs to change, we need to do something dramatically different? Or do you say, look, we're in a league right now with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and it's difficult to get to the championship, and simply being there or thereabouts every single year is the most important thing you can do, and then hope that one of these years it breaks your way. I think at the moment, that's kind of the direction the Bills are taking. We understand we're very good and very close, and sometimes variance just means it goes against you for a while. That's probably the more sensible strategy right now than trying to go and change tack completely, which could just as easily take you in the wrong direction.
Sam, as we look at the AFC for a while, Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens in that mix. Which team in the AFC do you think is the most likely to enter the conversation there with those teams? Have you Jacksonville, the Chargers, anybody you want here? Who is the next team to assert itself as worth taking on that level?
I think a couple of those teams in the West could be intriguing. The Chargers would be one, and then Denver. If Bo Nix continues his development that we saw from his rookie season, that Denver Broncos roster is all of a sudden in really good shape. You start looking through what their needs are, where the gaps are on this team, what they need to do in the draft, and obviously that's still upcoming. There's not a lot of holes in that team. There's a lot of very good players on it. They've got a lot of players locked up as well. I think that Denver team could end up becoming very good very quickly, and obviously you've got Sean Payton as the head coach, a guy that's been there and done that before, and now all of a sudden looks like he has a quarterback. I think the Denver Broncos could push themselves into that conversation before long.
You and Steve did a mock draft this week on your podcast, Check the Mic. The Bills at 30, and really the draft as a whole, like around that area. Sam, for the Bills, it's more corner, D-line, and then maybe I want to ask you about receiver. Like whether this year is, it's definitely, I think everyone would agree, not as good as last year's class depth-wise, but if you see players at that position kind of in the second half of the draft class that would be impact guys right away.
Yeah, so the receiver group is interesting because it doesn't have the star power. It doesn't have those three guys at the top, any one of which would be wide receiver one in most draft classes. I think the high end of this draft class at receiver is relatively weak, but I actually think the class overall is pretty strong and the depth is good. And actually, where you're sort of looking, the bottom of the first round, the second round, the third round, that's where I want to be targeting wide receivers in this draft. I'm just fascinated by this. Like Buffalo at the moment seems to be on this just insistence that they don't want an ex-wide receiver of any description. It's like, they were so scarred by the Stephon Diggs experience that we're like, we're just going to resolve to never have an ex-receiver again for the rest of our time here. I still think that's the skill set that they're missing on this team, and no amount of signing, Josh Palmer's or drafting guys like Keon Coleman have changed that. These guys are not, traditional ex-wide receiver skill set. So that's the guy that they need to find from this draft somewhere, I think. And whether that's a Trey Harris from Ole Miss, or a Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, if they could get one of those guys in the second round, maybe, I think that's a missing skill set from this roster still.
Sam Monson, the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo on the Worcester Hotline. Sam, thanks very much. We'll check in again soon.
Anytime. Take it easy, guys.
Yeah, Sam Monson.
All right, they need an X. Let's go get it. Second round, Trey Harris.
I always feel
what he just said, I'm in. I don't need a first round guy.
A little better. I feel like somebody out there listening is like, these dudes on the radio for the 937th consecutive day are saying the Bills need a receiver. Won't they give it a rest? We bring a guest on, and they're like, they need a receiver. I'm like, yeah, I know. I feel, thank you. We say it every day. It's true.
Yeah.
It's been true for a long time. All right, 803-0550, thanks to Sam. They were asking a question. They were having some fun. What animal would you draft if you had to draft an animal and play what position? And he had an elephant as his halfback. You're not going to
elephant is the halfback.
You're not going to stop that guy. He gets the ball in the first play. It's tough.
I was thinking more like you don't want to go speed. The cheetah is going to be the receiver then, not the running back.
That's right. Yeah. Quick note from the chat. This is not what's going on in the chat, but I want to bring up a comment from David, who wrote something about Luther Burden. We didn't get into it with Sam, but Sam's the person who, when we were talking earlier about Luther Burden of Missouri, wide receiver from Missouri, who last year this time would have been thought to be wide receiver one maybe in this draft.
Yeah.
He went back to school. He did not have a huge season, and we pointed out that he played a lot in the slot. And Sam pointed out, if you are pegged as a slot receiver, your draft stock will suffer because those guys are easier to find. It's harder to get the guys on the outside. And David points out, I was a little behind listening on the app, and I wanted to come in here. The Luther Burden slot point was interesting. This is what caused Justin Jefferson to drop. 78% of his snaps in college were from the slot. Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
And that would be an interesting point. I think about...
Yeah, look at this. The big year, 2019, the all-time great LSU year.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Jefferson's snaps by spot at receiver. Slot, 870. Wide, 5.
Yeah. How did Jefferson last so long? That's probably a part of it.
Backfield, 27. He played more in the backfield than he did out wide.
That is something that is a part of... The really good evaluators will say, well, can he do a thing he wasn't asked to do?
That's the reason he falls is because it's a bit of an unknown then, right? Mm-hmm. And that would be the truth of Burden. You're going to have to make a bet. You think he can do it? Because he hasn't done it in 3 years. And when he did it, he was a sophomore or a freshman even and didn't do a ton. So you think he can do it? You haven't seen it. And the Vikings were right. Clearly, they were more right than you could possibly imagine. He's the best receiver in football, and he plays on the outside all the time.
I also think, as Sam kind of makes a joke there about Diggs scared them off, and we've got another comment in the chat here. Diggs being the X for all those years. I mean, Diggs was often the Z, which is a little different.
Right, but Davis was the X.
Yeah. But the point is,
two of them.
Any idea, I don't buy for a second, I think Sam was half kidding, that what happened with Diggs scared the Bills off. Oh, no, don't give me 3.5 years of elite production at the position. I'm so terrified. No. The Bills are not afraid of this. And if the Bills had the means to get a super stud out there, they would take that guy. If they were on the board, would they have taken Brian Thomas Jr.? Maybe. Would they have taken Malik Neighbors? Would they have taken Odunze? Would they have taken Marvin Harrison Jr.? Probably. Would have taken all those guys.
We think they tried to get Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
That's this guy that we're talking about, isn't it? Isn't that the exact guy we're talking about? He's a little older. But middle of the season, when they seemed to be trying to trade for Devontae Adams, what was Devontae Adams? Ex-receiver, big personality, wants targets.
He did
and they tried to get him.
He did play a lot in the slot last year for the Jets.
Okay. He
wouldn't
have for the Bills.
No, it's probably right. Right. It's hopefully Josh Palmer can do that job for them.
And I don't think he did with the Raiders either, right? Because Myers was more the slot guy.
Yeah.
I think.
803-0550. The Bills also don't use particularly wide sets. I mean, I feel like weren't they like one of those teams that condense the formation an awful lot? Anyway, these are all like pieces of the puzzle.
That specific position, the thing about that position and who did it last year, one guy that did it a lot was Matt Collins, and he's no longer here. And another guy that did it the most was Coleman. Remember, Coleman never lined up all around the lineup. He was not really being kicked inside. He was, you're going to hang out there. You're going to learn this position. This is what you're going to play. You're a big body. Come on, get off press man coverage, and you're going to block for us. Like, that was what he did. And he's the guy on the roster right now that I think they're probably hoping can do it. Maybe. I mean, they've talked a certain way about him too, right? How he responded to the injury. They maybe were a little let down by that. So it's to me going to come down to what do they think of Coleman? That Trey Harris.
Right.
They love the prospect. Do they like Coleman in this way still? Do they still believe he's got the chops to be like a number one X receiver in your offense? Not like a number one receiver, your number one X. Even to a Gabe Davis level. Because if you do, then maybe you don't feel the need to draft that second-round guy that he just mentioned, like Trey Harris. If you're less confident and you feel like, maybe all those guys that thought he was more of a power slot guy were right, maybe we have to be open to the idea that he's going to have to move around the lineup, well, then what do you need? You need another guy to play the spot he played 700 snaps at last year.
You mentioned Trey Harris as an idea, Mississippi wide receiver.
Yeah.
His NFL comparison by Lance Zierlein.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this name, and I think you're going to like it for the Bills.
Okay.
Alec Pierce.
Sure.
That's the guy that goes down the field.
He is not great, but he is fast, and he lines up outside.
He's the guy that Anthony Richardson wings the ball 50 yards to.
Right. Yeah, and that's like the only thing he does.
Yeah.
He just runs straight. Yeah, Pierce, I'd like better than him, I guess.
Sure.
But I mean, man, look at his. He led the league in yards per reception last year. 37 catches for 824 yards.
That's right.
33 catches for 824
That's
yards
nuts.
is pretty crazy.
When we get back, we got a fly-through of the Browns stadium that is not yet real. Very important. It's not a real stadium. It's not agreed to.
Yep.
But we've got some good stuff to get to on the Browns stadium, what they're trying to do, their legal battles, and want to talk about it in comparison to the Bills stadium, because I think a lot of Bills fans are addicted to panicking, I guess is what I would say. We'll get to that. 803-0550 on WGR.
North American Car of the Year.
If I'm going Top Gun songs that are best to drive with the windows down, is Danger Zone the one?
Yeah.
You know when we're not playing with the boys? Kenny Loggins?
I don't think I know off the top of my head the other ones. I mean, I know
That's the volleyball scene.
Yeah,
You could go just the Top Gun anthem, the opening stuff.
Yeah.
What's playing when Mav's riding the motorcycle? You rip that one?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we're playing some nice driving music for you. Before we get to the Brown Stadium thing, I was just toying with NFL.com prospect report. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. You might be shocked to find out we're talking about a couple wide receivers. Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens that way.
Just sorry, So, Joe, NFL.com prospect report. Again, Matt Harmon of ReceptionPerception.com, who I just re-upped my subscription, the godfather of receiver analysis for me, has not yet done his draft profiles. When he does, I'll lock in on who I want. But anyway, on Luther Burden, who we talked about a lot today because he's supposed to have been a really highly touted guy who slipped. He might fall out of the first round this year. Production wasn't very high. Played a lot in the slot. One of the weaknesses listed here is 75% of his catches were targeted inside of 10 yards. Per Pro Football Focus, which does not have to be a bad thing. The Bills' offense operates within 10 yards. Yeah. You also want somebody that can do more than that. But anyway, here are the strengths on Luther Burden as laid out by Lance Zierlein, NFL analyst. Early acceleration to bypass defenders, top-end speed to stay ahead. Eludes route redirection to maintain vertical momentum. Natural playmaking skills and instincts. Stacks, tracks, and adjusts to deep balls like an outfielder. Operates with sudden, well-timed hands. Plucks throws cleanly and away from his frame. Body control and ball skills to make the difficult look easy. Multifaceted run-after-catch talent with dynamic results. Eliminates pursuit angles with the ball in his hands. If that guy can play on the outside,
yeah,
I'll take it.
I want that.
The Bills want.
I want that.
I don't know if they want Luther Burden, but that skill set, but can separate on the outside.
Yeah.
Just in case Josh Palmer isn't the caliber you needed, they need one more guy. So anyway, Luther Burden, he's falling out of the first round, and the Bills have 2 seconds. Or you're trying to tell me they take a running back? If Luther Burden is on the board and they take a running back, I swear. I will just, move on with my day.
I see him go in the first round all the time in mock drafts. The one I was talking about earlier where some of those receivers went a little later, he was like 21st off the board. Pittsburgh maybe was the pick for him. I'm telling you, keep an eye on running back. Is it definitively the second most likely offensive position they draft on day 1 or 2?
No.
All right, what's second? It's running back.
Guard.
No, it isn't.
Center.
They have all their backups. Sal's been mentioned every time we talk about offensive line. They have all their backups signed for multiple years, and all their starters and all their backups are coming back too.
Quarterback. I'd feel better about a quarterback than a running back.
Wow, in round 2?
Yeah, that way you can trade him in the future.
Quarterback or running back?
Tight end. How about another tight end?
No, we don't. They don't need another tight end.
Hey, Quentin Morris is visiting the Lions.
They need a third string. You save that for the 6th round. Running back would play.
So, yesterday the Browns released a fly-through of a conceptual stadium that does not exist. Of course, we have a stadium that looks to be, as you drive by it, like built, and we don't have a fly-through of that yet. It would be nice to have one. We don't, is what it is. So the Browns offered up this world-class enclosed stadium that the owner, the Haslam family, Jimmy and Dee Haslam, they say they are prepared to invest over $2 billion of their own money or private capital. Maybe that's other investors. $2 billion in private capital for this new stadium for the Browns that is in Brook Park, which is abutting the airport. It's right against the airport, which makes me wonder, is the roof on it so you don't have to watch planes all day? Probably not. But anyway, this stadium, it's not just enclosed. It would be a transparent roof to maximize natural light, to provide an outdoor feel and the first of its kind fan wall to celebrate the team's most passionate fans. That is a big step here. The first ever, the idea of an outdoor, you feel like you're outside when you're inside. How many other stadiums have that? right now. You feel like you're outside when you're inside.
The Rams a little bit, right?
But that's
only on the side.
Sure, and that's turf. That's open air,
right.
But that is covered.
Mm-hmm.
So where do I feel outside where I'm inside? Bills fans that have been on the road, you can give us a call on this.
Mm-hmm.
Is Arizona?
Arizona was the other one I was just going to say.
That's retractable, and they have grass indoors.
The grass gets wheeled out.
Yeah, grass
grows outside,
indoors.
then they wheel it in.
I will say the idea of the Browns playing in a dome stinks. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime any team throws out a fake dome, hey, look at this. You've got Bills fans ready to say, I can't believe they have that and we have our new stadium without a roof. Like, the Browns don't have the stadium yet. Has not been agreed to. There's just some rendering.
No, there's legal stuff with the city, actually, because they're trying to build this thing in the suburbs.
Right.
And they're technically not allowed to leave the city.
That's right, because of the Modell law.
Yeah.
An Ohio law that placed conditions on how teams can leave their publicly financed facilities.
Yep.
So there's going to be lawsuits about if they can move to a suburb versus can they leave the city.
Half Bills fans can only, depends. Are your team dome? Because what's stronger? Is team dome always the same as downtown? Does it always feel like, I want a dome downtown, right?
Right.
The Browns are actually
dome in suburbs.
They would be leaving a waterfront stadium downtown to go out to a suburb 30 minutes away.
To the airport.
So you'd almost feel like you're getting, like a Bills fan would be getting, this is half of their dream, maybe. Not the full thing, because they're actually leaving where you might want it. It might just be just posing and threats.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
It's definitely...
It's worth pointing out, the reason this fly-through exists is to generate momentum for this stadium that is,
They want to get people excited and get on board with it publicly.
And the Bills, if they did want some sort of virtual fly-through, it would just be to build hype for a stadium that is already being built. It wouldn't be to kind of, push the idea.
Is Houston, did you mention Houston? Houston is another one of these, but they're actually retractable. Like, that kind of feels like you're outside, maybe not.
And they're talking about a new stadium in Houston.
Oh, in Minnesota. Because the whole building is glass, right?
It's very much open air. Right. It looks bright.
Yeah. It's all natural light.
But one common answer I saw yesterday after tweeting out this Browns thing, by comment, it might be 5 people. You've got some Bills fans that, I say this lovingly, the concept of a nice stadium to them is so foreign that they think the one that's about to be debuted in 2026, the new Highmark, ours is going to be outdated before it opens. Like, you are out of your mind. You are so poisoned by the idea that we can never have a nice thing that you think that the nice thing that they're building isn't going to be nice. You've lived 30, 40, 50 years at current Highmark. You are going to step into a time machine. I am convinced, my hot take is that, what percentage here? 70% of the people that are mad that it's not a dome will get over it very quickly. Yeah. I'm of the belief it's going to be incredible. It's going to be perfect. I don't want a roof. I'm thrilled it doesn't have a roof. I would be mad about a roof. I'm glad it doesn't have a roof. And, of course, worth mentioning, the biggest difference between the Browns and the Bills, I mean, again, the stadium is not real, and the owner has just said they're prepared to. They have not actually done it. The Browns owner's offering up $2 billion. If the Bills owners had offered $2 billion, you might have a dome downtown. But they didn't, and the negotiation was far from $2 billion in private capital. They might end up getting to a pretty big number with costs overrun. But the Browns are saying $2 billion in private capital raised. Okay. And they're asking for $1.2 billion. So it's a $3.2 billion idea next to an airport.
Right.
Looks nice.
It looks amazing.
It looks cool.
It doesn't even really look like a stadium. It looks more like a what? Like a mega complex. Because there's a lot of buildings like all around the stadium too that I don't think are in existence right now. Stadium villa maybe, or like plaza around it.
Yep. So anyway, I'm fine with the stadium. I'm fine with where it's going to be. I'm fine with how it's being built. I think it's going to be great.
This really would, if the Browns were to execute this, it would be, other than Minnesota, it would really be the only other cold weather team that would be building a dome. Everyone else is outdoors.
Detroit.
Oh, okay, right, Detroit. Okay, so 2.
Right.
But New England's outside, and Pittsburgh, and Cleveland for now, and Philly, and New York, and
I guess Indy you could include
Seattle.
here.
Yeah, maybe.
And also,
if you go that far south, Cincinnati's outdoors.
Kansas City is consistently colder for January football than Buffalo is. The Chiefs have had more cold games and colder games, and I think that there's like this Chicken Little, the sky is falling mentality. Oh, it's going to be great when the Bills are cost a Super Bowl because they don't have a dome. Like, okay, sure. Last time there was a blizzard during a game, they won 35-10. Okay, I'm sitting here and just panic all day. Last time they lost at home in the playoffs, it was the Chiefs. It was nice out.
Mm-hmm.
The time before that, it snowed, and Joe Burrow and the Bengals had no trouble scoring 27 points. Like, I don't have the brain power or the room. I worry about enough things. I worry about plenty. Worrying about the Bills being cost a Super Bowl because of a blizzard is it just. And if you can't get in my top 1,000 worries,
if you're someone that believes that's been one of their problems, Bean has he talked about this. I heard him on the Pat McAfee show last week or 2 weeks ago. It was the Combine where he agreed with the idea that I don't think that our early contending teams with Josh Allen were built for Buffalo enough. That they weren't physical enough, that when they had to go to the run game, it wasn't good enough. So look how they build the team now. The line has a ton of investment in it. They draft running backs all the time, right? They did run the ball more last year. So if you're someone that thought, okay, they too finesse, not built to play in the cold, aren't they good now on that? Aren't you good? They did it. They built a line. They have a run game. Their quarterback is a power back too. If you want it on top of it, he has the biggest arm that can throw through the wind more than the noodle arm quarterbacks that are throwing ducks. Purdy couldn't do anything, right?
Yep.
Last year in the snow, and Allen could do a little.
I mean,
Mac Jones couldn't do anything in the wind a couple years ago. Allen could do a little. So every element of the weather is a deterrent. Well, your team has apparently taken that on and done a better job of building around it.
That's right. And there's a little bit of irony there because, the Bills are probably going to be good no matter what as long as Josh Allen's on the team. But I think the bigger threat to their potential having the best team they could is fearing the blizzard and building for it more so than the blizzard is.
Right.
Personally. I mean, those early Josh Allen teams, which ones? The ones that the 13 seconds team? That one? That one looked like it was ready to go. That didn't get derailed by a blizzard.
Right.
So, anyway. The Browns and their new stadium, which is not real.
No, it isn't.
Not yet. It might. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Get to Extendo Sports, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Okay, Sal Capaccio's on the line. He's dialed up a little bit early to join us for Extendo Sports here. What's up, Sal?
I just figured you guys might have a little fun with this question. I threw out a question we're going to talk about today on Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We're also going to have at 11 a.m. our guy, Boy Green, Paul Esden Jr. We're going to dive into the Jets offseason so far, so that should be interesting. But here's the question. I threw it out. I'd like to talk about this. This is on the heels of Matt Milano's contract restructure. We know that he's still with the Bills this year, and then he will be a free agent. Okay, other than Josh Allen, of the Bills players who started with the team in 2017 or later, cannot have played for them before them, rank the top 5 who've been most instrumental to their success since then. It's a tough question.
Since Allen,
I got a lot of really good responses. So since 2017, that's Milano, Dawkins, Trey White draft.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than Allen, everybody who at least started with the Bills since then, they don't have to be on the team anymore. It doesn't matter. Who's been most instrumental to their success? Top 5.
Well, you're going to hate my answer.
Your first answer is not eligible. He wasn't on the team to start. Right?
What do you mean? Stephon Diggs is the number one answer for people.
Okay. I thought you said he had to start.
Other than Josh, you had to have started 17 or later. It doesn't matter when. You can start it last year.
I'm sorry. 17 or later.
Yeah, or later.
I thought you were saying 17.
No.
Yeah, the answer is Diggs, number 2.
The reason I'm saying Sal's going to hate my answer is because I'm going to actively work to answer the question the way he doesn't want it answered, which is who... Like, to me, Allen is their success. So now I
don't care who. No, stop it. I just want to know because this is a Matt Milano question. Like, how important has Matt Milano been compared to all these other guys?
The reason you're going to hate is because I'm going to answer 5 offensive players.
Oh, go ahead then.
Diggs, Dawkins, Beasley, Morse, and Knox.
I think that is unbelievably wrong.
I would agree.
Put Dawson Knox over Micah Hyde or Jordan Poyer, first of all.
My immediate is Diggs, Dawkins, Hyde, and then Milano, maybe. I mean, maybe Trey White, and maybe Dawkins. I want to get some love for the offensive line. He's played a lot. He's been very consistent. Mm-hmm. He's been very good. He's been very durable and available. So, yeah, it's a good question.
I would say this, though, Joe. You bring up a good point because I did not expect Cole Beasley or Mitch Morse responses, but you are not the only one to give them.
Yeah, because to me, those two are... Right, maybe I don't have to add the 5th one in there, but those two I think are very instrumental to Allen, and to me that's the big point here is who got my quarterback to where he is, who helped the most, and you know what, like even in that way you could say Hyde or Trey White, do that for Allen too because of what he is as a leader now and professionalism. But for me, what Beasley especially, what he did for Allen for 3 years to have that safety valve while he's trying to figure out how to play the position, I think was pretty good. Or was pretty important.
Would you really, though, Joe, would you really put Dawson Knox,
No, I wouldn't put
those over Matt Milano, Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde?
Yeah,
those guys, none of them in your top 5.
No, I would put at least one defender. Yeah, because there isn't a 5th offensive guy that I think is even worthy of this. I'd go Hyde, then Milano. In that order, if I'm going for the defensive guys. Yeah.
Well, we got the question up there. Here's another one for you before I go. This is what we're going to have fun with this today. You ready? I heard a debate going on, and I said, it was kind of like a throwaway, like whatever, and then I thought about it. I said, that's actually a really interesting question.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is more world famous? Now, when I say world famous, I mean around the world. If you asked a random person anywhere in the world, if they know who this person is, they would know.
Very excited for this question, yeah.
Okay. Josh Allen or his fiancée, Haley Steinfeld?
Josh Allen.
I think Allen, too, yeah. I mean, she is famous. But she's, like, famous for a lot of different reasons. She's only in a few movies. It's a couple movies. It's a couple of songs that went top 40. It's, I think, like a makeup line and clothing lines. Like, it's kind of, I don't know how to put it.
I would say Josh Allen too, but the debate from the person on the other side says, but how many people around the world actually know American football players versus
a lot?
I think more than, and I think a lot do, but I understand the debate.
I mean, what's her biggest role?
She was in the.
She was in Pitch Perfect. She was in.
What's the?
But that's what I mean.
The new one. What's the new? What's the Marvel, or is it one of those kinds of movies?
She's almost like though. Would this be disrespectful? She's the Michael Hoyt of actresses because she's doing
a lot.
Like, what's her biggest role? Okay, well, she also had a top 10 song.
Right.
And she's got a famous clothing line.
Like, all I'm saying is maybe her signature moment, her winning the MVP, is still to come for her. But I just think
Spider-Man. There you go. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
She's in a really good Woody Harrelson movie too.
She was nominated for an Academy Award for her role in True Grit, the remake of True Grit in 2010.
Okay. How old was she?
All right.
Yeah, in 2010.
Doesn't say. I don't know.
15 years ago. How many Instagram followers do they have? Here's another way to do it. Josh Allen, 1.7 million.
Well, she'll have more than that, maybe.
Is Allen not a big Instagram user? I thought I saw him doing golf stuff all the time. 1.7 million for Allen. Wait, is that on purpose? Because it's 17? Is that possible?
That's really funny.
Steinfeld, 20.3 million.
20 million.
Wow!
That's a big number. I mean,
wow! Holy cow!
Yeah. I think she's more famous than you think. I think Allen might be too, but she's more famous than you think.
I'm not disputing how famous she is. To me, it's probably not close. All right. Good, fun question.
All right,
Sal, Boy Green, and much more coming up. Northtown Automotive
for sure.
Point Show coming up on WGR.
Yeah.